Welcome back to the Groucho Orloff Show. It's episode 390, 391. Let me see. It's episode 391. And we're going to have this is our first official broadcast where it's actually also a live stream because I just actually got out my laptop computer and I'm trying to figure this out. So this will be first. There are a couple of tests that you can see that I just did, but let's see. I heard a ding on my phone. That may be our guest. All right, you can give him. Okay, he wants a link. Okay, we're gonna have a guest in the studio here. Let me see. I do the invite. Okay, and we can have up to 6 guests in the studio right now. Let's see. I'm gonna put it over here in the. Okay, post a comment. I'm still learning this, so. Okay, so I'll type there's a link in the chat on the video just went live. We're going to be having Tom Smith in from Canada, and he's a humor magazine expert and a music expert. So let's see. We'll wait a few moments. In the meantime, I think I showed this to you before. Look at this amazing TV guide type magazine. Just look at the decor there in that amazing home. And this ad on the back, astounding. And I was just digging through stuff because I'm trying to clean this verdant room. And I found this. I didn't even know I owned this. Spooky, the Warren fanzine. Did you even know there was a Warren fanzine? Yeah, little homemade deal. Amazing. And here's another little pamphlet from the Texas Pinball Festival. I don't think they've had one in the last 2 years because of all this stuff up in the air. Let's see if Tom got that message. Look at my walkie-talkie. Let's see. Go to my channel. Tomorrow night we'll be doing the big Friday night after dark. We're going to have now that we can do live stream and I can have guests, it'll be a really amazing party. In fact, yeah, it's going to be astounding. It doesn't really feel like a Groucho show without overwhelming layers of noise and music. So let's see if I can't get something playing here. I've got the magazine boxes stacked so high, I don't know if the remote control can reach my high-tech atomic DVD player. Come on, man. Come on, man. There we go. All right. Oh, okay. He says, I'll check it out. Okay, cool. So he's coming. There he is. Let's see. Add to screen. Okay, cool. So he's coming. Oh. There he is. Yeah. I'm live. Sound works. Okay, is there a delay? Let's test that out.
Okay.
Okay, so there doesn't seem to be a delay.
No delay, that's great.
Yeah, I was testing it out with Graphic Man. He was at work and the screen, but he wasn't on his normal computer and he was squeezed. And then he had the delay that I normally have. So I think if everyone's on their home, I'm on a desktop now. I think if we can do it that way, it's all going to work out. And tomorrow night, I'm gonna try to do my Friday night thing, but I'll actually do it live. I usually have this Friday night after dark, but I do it at like 2 in the afternoon and
Yeah.
try to create the illusion it's nighttime. But
Right.
tomorrow I can actually do it in the evening and actually have guests, and that'll be fun.
That's
Well,
pretty.
Tom is an expert in humor magazines, all the magazines, the humor going from college humor of the 20s and before up through Mad Magazine, which was the big watermark of humor magazine history, and then all the imitations of Mad that and he has a huge collection of almost pretty much every magazine ever. And then he's a music expert too, and this channel is not just only comics. We also deal with all kinds of pop culture. But you just have a few minutes, and I'm just testing out for the first time this all of this. See, I can look at this. I can even do this. Wow, look at that.
We could, I could show you some magazines for a while if you have a,
Yeah, sure. I saw what I'd like to see. I
Mhm.
used a thumbnail that I got from some friend of mine's Facebook page, and it was a sick, what, number 43 or something,
48.
48,
Yeah.
and it had an amazing cover with
Right.
Frankenstein and all these rat fink looking guys, and you said it had a Marvel Comics parody inside of it.
Right. Right. Do you want
So
to? Okay.
if
You
you
know,
can find that.
well, you know what I was thinking? First of all, I want to say that, now that we have this figured out and everything, and this is the first stream that I've done on your channel, and it's the first stream you've done, really, right?
Yeah.
I was thinking maybe we could, I could show you every humor magazine I have in my collection, but obviously not right now. Like,
Right. Well, what we could do, that's
over,
great.
yeah,
Apparently, I was just talking to Graphic Man. He says with this free thing, you get 20 hours a month. And I said, well, between you getting 20 hours and me getting 20 hours, that means we get 40 free hours. But I'm not sure that he would be up for that. But on my channel, I certainly would be up to watching
yeah.
hours of that. And I don't
I
know.
don't mean like just in one stream, but in successive streams.
Oh
Maybe,
no, I know, multiple parts. That
right.
that would be historic. That would be better than anything in the history of television, the moon landing or
And then
Roots or anything.
that would be awesome. Then I wouldn't have to make my own channel either, because I could show every single thing I have on your channel. So,
Yeah, that would be great. The only thing I wish you could get a lamp though, and just
all
have a
right,
little more light. But
yeah.
it's cool. It's all
So
visible.
I was going to start over again today. I thought maybe we just start from Ballyhoo again, because that was a disaster, that first stream, you know?
Well, I was mainly on my end because my phone
Yeah.
is so primitive.
But since
But
you made a request, maybe we should do Sick Magazine today then.
well, I'd like to see that particular issue.
Hmm.
And then I also had a request for some magazine I was reading. I asked you about it. I think it's called
Fooey.
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 That one sounded interesting, and but I do want to, all these will be shown again when we do the chronological history of humor magazines.
Yeah, I'd like to do chronological.
Yeah, but I would like to see certain things. And were there any other humor magazines that you can think of that in the 60s did parodies of superhero comics during that silver age, other than that one issue of Sick?
Crack Magazine. Crack Magazine in the 60s did a parody of Batman meeting the Green Hornet when both of those TV shows were on. That was really cool. That was a cool parody. I don't know if you've ever seen that or not.
I have, and didn't not Brand Eck do something almost exactly alike?
Probably.
I think it was Batman and Robin meeting, maybe it was Spider-Man or something. But
they did that kind of thing.
And it felt very much like Cracked because it was Marie Severin doing the art, and I'm sure the one you're talking about was John Severin. And
right.
I'm pretty sure I've seen that one. But as far as everyone did Batman parodies, but I'm thinking just other things like Marvel.
So this is what I'm wondering. So I'm going to show you issue number 48 of Sick, right? Okay. But would you like to see every issue of Sick today? Would you like me to start at number 1?
Well, if you can, because I mean, you've been having trouble with insomnia. You said I'm really tired.
Yeah.
Whatever you want to do, I don't want to keep you up.
I feel okay right now. I feel okay. I'm a little tired, but I feel okay.
Yeah, oh, I am too, man. I'm always tired. I think I have I'm positive I have sleep apnea untreated.
Now, these are crazy magazines, so we won't do this today. These are all crazy magazines right here.
Right, yeah. Crazy is something that I bought as a kid. Sick, I could very rarely find.
So
when I found it, I kind of regretted it. In the era of 74 or so, it was not a great magazine. But it looks like in the 60s, it was great when I guess Joe Simon was the editor.
He was the editor from 1960 until 1970, Joe Simon.
Yeah. Then after that, you have to admit it was in a decline, right?
Yeah, and well, from 70 to 75, when Paul Lycan was the editor, it got pretty crummy. And then he went to Crazy right after he edited Sick. He got the job from Stan Lee at Crazy Magazine, and he took that magazine down too. So that's when that magazine went down, was when he took over. It's the same guy that took over in 75, right? But I like the later Sick magazines, the Carlton or Charlton ones, which are really cheap looking. Jack Sparling was the editor then, and I really like his art.
Well, last night we had this long live stream with Charlton 66 and Graphic Man, and I was saying I wish you were here to show the humor magazines. And I know they also did a monster magazine, and
they did. This magazine is haunted. So this is the first issue of Sick magazine. So you see here we have a Joe Simon cover. He did quite a few covers. This is before they had Huckleberry Fink, right? They didn't have him yet.
Is that about 1961?
1960.
60. Okay.
So we have like a typical, monkey here with the organ grinder, but they got it backwards, that old gag. And there's Jack Parr there.
Right.
You remember Jack Parr? He was the host of the Tonight Show at the time.
Right. I mean, I don't remember him from seeing him live, but I know all the stories, and I've watched. He was a very intelligent man, very witty, but he was also very mercurial and had a tendency to just walk off the set. And it's like, did he quit? And then he might come back a week later. It was always very volatile so he was basically nuts.
He cried a lot too.
Yeah.
This is written by Paul Lycan, actually. He was pretty funny when he wasn't the editor, and he didn't do as much. In his earlier days, he was a lot funnier than he was later on. He wrote this lap writing parody ad, which is quite funny. It's quite funny, It's about how to be, I guess, a secretary, basically, back then, Movie Roll Comics is here. Oh, and they have now introducing the first issue. They have a big thing here telling you what Sick jokes are, because Sick was named after a type of humor at the time, which was called Sick humor.
Money Bruce.
And these are some samples. They printed some samples in the first issue of Sick humor. So this man says to a mother, he says, your little girl was run over by a steamroller. And the mother says, well, I'm in the tub. Just slip her under the door. So that kind of, and this was pretty bad. This boy says, Mrs. Jones, can Billy come out and play ball with us? Mrs. Jones says, why, no, Billy has no arms or legs. And the boy says, that's okay. We just want to use him for second base.
Okay.
So that's an example of pretty sick humor at the time,
Well, it's a lot better than the sick that I encountered as a kid. That was a lot of Tony Tallarico kind of art.
Yeah, this is way before him. So this is a funny little one-page gag thing where this girl's saying up here, she's saying, he only has one thing on his mind every night, always the same, ever since we got married. I have needs, but he couldn't care less. She's taking her clothes there. She's combing her hair, and she says, doesn't it ever occur to him how bruising this could be to a woman's ego? But no, not him. He only has one thing on his mind. Every night, always the same. At least he could talk to me sometimes, exchange a few words before starting in. And then we see her going to bed here, right? And there's the payoff. You see?
Hmm.
So he's doing crossword puzzles. You thought she was talking about something else, but he's addicted to crossword puzzles.
So this seems like they're aiming a little bit above 12-year-olds and more maybe a college age.
Oh, definitely. Like here, like they had one thing I liked about Sick was they did topical humor about the news stories of the day. So this is all like stuff that was going on in the world and popular culture, like celebrities and political people, and they make jokes about it. And if you're a historian, you'll get the jokes. But if you don't know about history, you'll be, I don't understand that. What does it mean? Right?
Right.
Well, here's
like
one.
It's like watching old Warner Brothers cartoons. If you know about that time period, then it means a lot more to you.
Right.
You know.
And by the way, Angelo Torres did this artwork here. He worked for Sick for 7 years before he went to Mad Magazine.
Yeah.
So he was there.
You can tell that's a good quality magazine.
It is.
How did you track all these down through eBay, or what were yours?
When I was teaching, I got paid very well because teachers get paid very well in Canada. And I had a large salary, so I was able to buy these off of eBay. And also shipping rates were a lot cheaper back then to Canada. I couldn't do it now. Like I couldn't possibly do any of this. I don't have an income now, you know. So, but I spent quite a bit of money back then getting these. And people told me, you know, Sick Magazine is one of the hardest collections to complete, the hardest runs to complete. But I wanted it more than any other magazine. I want Sick Magazine because it's my favorite. Sick and National Lampoon are my two favorite humor magazines. You heard it here on the Garage Door.
Cracked the most. I thought you said Cracked was your favorite.
No, I love Cracked. But I think Sick.
Oh, you said Cracked. You like Cracked better than Mad. That's what was in my head.
Yeah, Sick is more adult in the 60s, and it's topical and it's more intellectual humor, and it gives me a kick. You know, I like that. I like that side of it. I like more adult humor. You know.
See, it's always hard for me to track Sick down because it's not at any comic store, at least not the ones I've been to, and it's. Is there a particular issue that's the toughest, or some that are the toughest?
Magazine?
Yeah, they're like particular issues that are very rare.
There are certain issues that were really hard for me to find. Like, I'll show you when I get to them.
Okay.
Like when some of them there's one with Kennedy on the cover in a rocking chair, I think, or no, I don't think he's in a rocking chair. I forget. I have it here though. I have them all, but that one was really hard to get. Like 17, 18, 19. Around that time, those issues are hard to get. And I also have heard that 85, 82, those issues are also hard to get, those numbers as well. But I have to show them to you. Oh, so one thing that Sick did, they were famous for in the 60s was doing monologues. So this is like full on monologues you could perform as a stand-up comedian. And the reason was the main writers for Sick Magazine were D. Caruso and Bill Levine. And these were guys that wrote stand-up comedy routines for Red Buttons, Don Adams, Dick Van Dyke, Alan and Rossi, Rowan and Martin, Jackie Vernon, all these big names, Jonathan Winters, all the big names of the day. So this was real smart humor, you know. And they wrote almost the whole Sick magazines for the first 35 issues or so. They wrote almost everything in the magazine. And Joe Simon said it was a challenge figuring out how to break up the monologues into, you know, comic stories. So it wasn't all text, you know?
Yeah.
And they figured out ways to do that over time. This is just like a party kind of thing where you could recite the first monologue they have here. And another thing they became famous for doing, oh, you might like this. I should turn the light on, actually. That might help. There we go.
Yeah, there we go.
This is still the first issue, the Retouchables, parody of the Untouchables. You can see. This is, I think this is Angelo Torres art as well. Yeah, it's definitely Angelo Torres.
I'm trying to figure out how to get you full screen. Hold on.
Okay.
There's got to be. How do I do that? Because
I think you press like a button or something.
Yeah, there's buttons. I'm trying to press all of them. Okay, that makes me bigger. Oh, maybe there's 3 dots by you. Solo layout, maybe. Oh, there we go.
There we go. There we go. Okay,
right.
So here's some more. Okay, I'll show you like some more pages. So yeah, this is early Angelo Torres art. I think Sick was the first humor magazine he worked for. He might have worked for Panic before this, not the EC Panic, but the magazine Panic. But it's very nice artwork. You can see it better. Like my camera wasn't as the EC comic book Panic, right? It is very similar to early Mad because it was a sister publication of Mad. Kurtzman wasn't happy about the existence of Panic, but William M. Gaines wanted to milk more money out of the humor genre. So that's why they had 2 humor comic books at the same time.
It was the same artist, but yes. The writing was different. You could feel it was just not quite Mad. You could feel that Harvey Kurtzman wasn't writing it, and I think the artists were more inspired by the Harvey Kurtzman scripts because some of the art was a little more lackluster than what they would have delivered for Kurtzman and Mad. So Panic was not as good as Mad, but it's still great compared to a lot of humor magazines.
Yeah, it is really good. Al Feldstein was the editor of Panic. And he's the guy that took over Mad Magazine from Harvey Kurtzman and was the editor for until the mid 80s. So that was his training ground for taking over Mad, basically.
Yeah.
So another thing that Sick did is they had a lot of articles on Hitler, a lot of funny, Hitler parodies. So this one's called Hitler is Still Alive. The writers really seem to be obsessed with Nazis and Hitler and Sick magazine.
Well, it's 15 years after the war, so probably everybody working for the magazine was a GI in the war.
And it's pretty funny humor. Like it's almost like before Lampoon kind of stuff, And they also had a contest in every issue where you had to name the celebrities. And if the more you got, the better prize you might get in the contest. So that was neat. And if this was clear, you could probably name a lot of these, Gratu. Can you see it?
Yeah, I probably should make the screen bigger, but on mine end. But yeah, it's cool. I see Clark Gable. I think I see Sinatra.
Yeah, and
Marilyn Monroe.
Who? Marilyn Monroe. Yeah.
I see Nixon there at the center.
Yeah, that's Nixon. There's Eisenhower next to him there. Because that's when he was vice president, Eisenhower.
I don't know who the girl with kind of the next to Marilyn Monroe is, with kind of the sad face.
That's Dorothy Kilgallen.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm used to seeing her much older.
And Bob Hope's over there. I see Marlon Brando, Jackie Gleason, Ernie Kovacs. No Lady Gaga. Yeah, Dorothy Kilgallen. That's right, Graphic Man. See, he's right. Jack Parr, Arthur Godfrey. There's Steve Allen back there. There's Danny Kaye, Elsa Maxwell. See, I'm good at this, eh?
Elvis, yeah.
Elvis. And that old guy, the guy gave up his throne for, he was a King of England. Remember, he gave up his throne?
Uh-huh.
That guy's over there. That's him and his wife, I think. Oh, and that's Genevieve. She was a singer on the Jack Parr show down there.
Okay.
Yeah, and Nikita Khrushchev. They always had a lot of Khrushchev jokes because this was in his time, you know.
Yeah.
Richard Boone's in there from Have Gun Will Travel and Medic.
Right.
And Bennett Cerf and Arlene Francis are beside Dorothy Kilgallen. So the whole What's My Line panelists are down there.
Yeah.
And Dave Garroway, is that how you say his name?
Yeah.
That he's
Dave
up
Garroway.
there. Yeah. So yeah, so that's a lot of fun. And I saw like Bob Crosby there too, I think. Or Bing Crosby.
Well, I learned about Dave Garroway from a parody in the EC Mad comic book. So I know he was the original host of the Today Show and had a monkey as his sidekick, J. Fred Muggs.
That's right, Fred Muggs or whatever, yeah. This is a hilarious article. It's about Lincoln writing the Gettysburg Address. And it's so funny. I'd love to read the whole thing to you. It's really funny, but it's kind of long. Sick nursery rhymes. So yeah, it was written on a more adult level. And this is another thing. Every single issue back in the 60s, they would do a movie review. And they'd use stills from the movie. And it was hilarious. Like, these movie reviews are so funny. Like, they make up their own stories out of the movie, So this is Ben-Hur. This is when Ben-Hur was really like, it was a pretty new movie. It was 1959.
Yeah.
And it won the best, I'm laughing at this joke here, but the Oscar for best picture of the year. Oh man, this is funny stuff. I love Sick Magazine. I've read these so many times, So anyway, that's the first issue of Sick Magazine.
What is that worth? What is that? What a copy of that go for in good shape?
It should be worth quite a bit, to be honest with you. I paid, I think this was $25 when I bought it.
Okay.
And I know that, the son of, grandson of Joe Simon, the guy on YouTube, right? Simon Comics.
Right.
He was so excited. He got a copy of this, but it had no cover on it. And he showed it in a video. And he said that he wished it had a cover, but he was just so glad to have the first issue of Sick. He told me that they're hard for him to find, you know? And he's the grandson, so I imagine that would set you back something now. The most I ever paid for a humor magazine was the last issue of This Magazine Is Crazy, and it cost me $50. And I'm still.
That's the most you ever paid?
That's the most I ever paid for a
do you have all of the EC Mads? They're all EC, but the comic book Mads?
No, I don't have any of those. I just have the reprints.
Oh, okay.
I just have the early magazines. The second issue of Sick has, they didn't really have a mascot, but this dude here, he's an electric chair. And the neat thing about the early issues, if you turn it around, you see what the outcome of the cover is. So the outcome is that the warden was going to give him a pardon, but he's a little too late.
I see.
So that's neat, eh? You get the before and after. Oh, I love this. Joe Simon did this Ed Sullivan drawing here. It's quite funny. You see?
Yeah. And
let's see what he's saying here. He's saying, okay, I'll do my Ed Sullivan. Okay, see if I can get it. Okay. Now, we have a really big show for you tonight right here on our stage. We have some youngsters out there in the audience right over here. And here's an act that has been killing the people all over Europe. Comes for us from Israel after a long run in South America. They're really here now for Adolf Eichmann right over here on our stage. So was that pretty good?
Wow, yeah. So there's a lot of Nazi humor.
Yeah.
Which I guess would be about the sickest thing you could think of.
Right.
Only a few years after the war.
The Eichmann trial was around the same time as these issues came out, 60, 61.
Right.
So it was in the news, Of course, it's all making fun of the Nazis. Don't worry. There's no pro-Nazi stuff or anything.
Well, I mean, Joe Simon was Jewish, so
Yeah.
I mean,
Well,
obviously he's not pro.
right. No, it's funny stuff because they really give it to the Crack in the Mirror. Have you ever seen this movie? Orson Welles stars in it.
I've heard of it, but haven't seen it.
I love these movie reviews. They're so funny. And then we have a parody of Mike Wallace's Night Heat, which was an early like news show where you interview people. And you have this great Angelo Torres art again. You could see.
Yeah.
Oh, now here's a whole feature on Lenny Bruce in this issue.
Okay.
So it's got quotes from Lenny Bruce and Joe Simon's drawings of Lenny Bruce. And he was pretty out there. Apparently he was a fan of Sick Magazine too. He had a subscription.
Okay. So that's what they were kind of going almost for a beatnik crowd with college age crowd with this.
Yeah.
It wasn't aimed at 12-year-olds. It wasn't like Cracked.
Right. Like here we have the alphabet for sick people. So it goes through each letter and it has things like B is for Beatnik, who is pretty far out and lives up to his name. They try to be different, but they all look the same. So that's pretty funny, right?
Yeah.
So we'll get to your issue. Don't worry. It might take a little while, but we'll get there. Okay. So anyway, that's the second issue. I'm not boring you, am I?
No.
You sure? Okay.
No, I'm just kind of looking, like doing that Tucker Carlson face, just kind of watching, like, he's always looking like he can't believe what he's seeing.
Yeah, I know the face you mean. I can see it in my head as soon as you say that. That's funny. Okay. So the third issue, I'm taking out the plastic. Can you see it better when it's not in the plastic?
Usually, yeah. Well, I mean, if you don't want, you don't have to do that, unless I mean, you don't have to show the interior of every issue. But if there's some that are really, yeah.
So you know who this guy is?
Yeah, sure. It's just I never see these magazines in the flesh. I mean, Mad you see everywhere. Sick. Someone was asking, Zombo was asking here, if there were certain pockets of the country that had better Sick distribution.
I don't know the answer to that.
And I can't speak about how it was in the 60s, but in the 70s, Sick magazine you could only find in certain stores, and they tended to be stores kind of a little bit more run down, or a mom and pop ice station, not like 7-Eleven or a big chain like Stop and Go, but some sleazier. You could just kind of tell by the peeling paint, and they would tend to have more Charlton comics and Sick. Was Sick always a Charlton comic, or
no? Oh no, it only was Charlton from 76 to 1980.
Okay, and those are
right
real
at the end.
years.
Right at the end.
Okay.
These were published first by Headline Publications, Feature Publications, then Headline Publications, which is the same company, just different imprints, and then Crestwood Publications, which I think is also the same company. Okay. I think the whole thing was the same. So you've heard of Crestwood, the company, the comic company?
I can't say that I have.
Well, they're the ones that published Sick in the 60s. And then they went to Pyramid, Hugh Fred, and then Pyramid, and then Charlton at the end.
What other titles did Crestwood put out?
A bunch of comics in the 40s and 50s, but I don't know what they are. I can't remember. But I want to show you the covers anyway. I won't show you every inside, but so Khrushchev is the U.S. troops are dropping Sick magazines on Russia, to try to end the Cold War. And the end result is that, you see, in the United Nations, they're showing a Sick magazine. They're like, what is this magazine? This is a weapon of mass destruction, this Sick magazine. And you see the USA guy. I don't know who that is. It looks like Nixon, but I don't know.
Yeah, it could be a bad illustration of Nixon. Of course,
It
Nixon was
could be.
younger at that point.
Leo Mori did these covers now, by the way. Frank Sinatra is the representative of Italy back there.
Oh,
And France is Brigitte Bardot. The
oh
Congo,
boy.
yeah, the Congo, it looks like it's Sammy Davis Jr.
Oh boy.
Uh,
Gee whiz.
and Israel, this is funny. I wonder if you'll get this joke. Israel is Elizabeth Taylor.
I don't get the joke.
She converted to Judaism when she married Eddie Fisher.
Oh, okay.
So
Wow.
that's the joke. Yeah. Pretty funny, huh?
Pretty
And I
wild.
like this. It says, the gal who was married to the great Cuban leader, the Lucille Ball story.
Oh, wow.
That's funny. You get it? You get it?
Yeah.
I love these jokes, man. I love these jokes. Okay. This is a fourth issue. It's a New Year's issue, 1961. So you got it. That's their first mascot. This doctor guy here, and his name was Dr. Sigmund Freud.
Okay.
So that was before Huckleberry Fink. And here you have Adolf. Now I'm thinking the Nazi thing. Okay, Alfred Hitchcock, right?
Right.
And a guy that looks a lot like, I don't know if it's Danny Kaye or not, but that guy looks like David Letterman. But it's not, obviously. I think it's Movie World Comics. That's a great compliment. That is a great compliment. If I can inspire you to collect your magazines, then my job is done. I appreciate that. I think that's supposed to be Milton Berle, not David Letterman. And
well, David Letterman was probably like two years old when this
yeah,
came
right, exactly. And then you have Eddie Fisher beside Groucho Marx. And I don't know who that is. Leo Mori is not the best at doing caricatures. So sometimes it's hard to tell who they are.
Yeah.
And Dean Martin and Jerry Lewis. So anyway, there's the new baby for 1961. And turn it around, and they're trying to put him back in the egg. So they're sewing the egg up again, and they're getting cheers for putting the baby back in the egg. This is a nice Leo. Is it Leo Mori? Yeah, Leo Mori full page. Oh, this one's in really good condition, so I don't want to.
Yeah.
And these are hard to get. Like I keep saying, you know this already, right?
Yeah, I like if you go to mycomicshop.com, I think they have one copy in stock for the whole run.
Yeah, they're hard to find. So John F. Kennedy was the new president. He was just elected. This was the first issue that came out after he was elected. And there he is with his new cabinet, who is Frank Sinatra and Peter Lawford and Sammy Davis. That's his cabinet. Because he was in with the Rat Pack, you know. And Nixon's over here. And he's saying to Nixon, it looks like Nixon still is waiting to debate him, even though the election's over. And he's saying, but I'm trying to tell you, Dick, a fifth debate would be meaningless now. So you see, he just he can't get over losing the election, the Richard Nixon, you know.
Right.
They made a lot of jokes about that.
Well, it was, I think history, I think most historians agree that he was kind of cheated, that a lot of dead people did vote.
Yeah. Just like the last election. Yeah.
Yeah, but we're not supposed to probably talk about that.
Well, that's on this is your channel, though, right? So.
Well, yeah, but I try to like skirt it a little.
Yeah, but you always say that. You always say we don't get into politics on the Grant Orloff show, and then you get into politics right after it.
Yeah, but I kind of don't. I think I walk the line or try to. But yeah, things haven't changed in some respects. Oh, okay. I remember seeing that cover.
Number 5. This is a neat cover. This shows the influence that Kennedy was having all over the world. See, Castro was getting a Kennedy haircut.
Right.
Fidel Castro. And all the other guys back there, they're also, it's like Nassar, the guy, the premier of Egypt, I forget, Nasser, I think his name was, and the Chinese guy, I don't know what his name was, maybe Kai Chai Chek or something.
Yeah.
And Nick,
these are really important as historical documents. I mean, they're not just silly humor magazines.
Right. Well, that's one reason I love Sick Magazine, because I think more than any humor magazine, they relied on the news of the day. Like they had a whole section in each issue where they talk about the current news stories, and they'd make a little comic parody of them, you know? Yeah. So it's great because it's history, just like you're saying. And now on the back, look at this. Khrushchev, they got to put a wig on him because he doesn't have any hair.
So how was Sick distributed in Canada? Did it have a price tag stuck over the American price tag, or do they have a different edition, or was it not distributed at all, or do you have any idea?
I don't know, because it was before I was born.
Right.
I never saw it like in the stores, so I don't have any idea. I've never seen different editions though, Canadian editions, like with Cracked, there are different ones sometimes, with different prices, different numbering, or sometimes different months even. But Sick, they all look the same from what I've seen. Oh, this is great. Now let's see if you can make this out. This is the 6th issue cover. Oh, it's hard to see because of the glare. Oh, there you go.
Alfred E. Newman there.
Yeah, Alfred E. Newman. See, it says in New York, nearly everybody reads Sick. So everybody in New York is like a clone of their mascot, Sigmund Freud. And the only one not reading Sick is Alfred E. Newman. And he's reading Mad.
Okay.
And then on the back of it, it says in Tokyo, nearly everybody reads Sick sideways.
Okay.
And there's Alfred E. Newman as a Japanese guy. And he's reading the magazine like they're reading it sideways, you know, like this way instead. Everybody there.
Okay.
So that's pretty funny. Number 7. It's those monkeys, right? See no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil.
Right.
They did a lot of stuff about the space race because that was on everybody's mind back then, right? So I guess somebody was sending a monkey up in space. Do you remember anything about that?
Well, I think Russia did, or did they sent a dog into space?
Yeah, they sent some dogs, 2 dogs, yeah, maybe monkeys too. And then on the back, they're like looking at Venus de Milo instead of the planet Venus.
Oh,
something like that. These are, to understand these magazines though, there's another guy I watch on YouTube that went through a Sick magazine recently. He's a good guy, but the audience wasn't really interested because he usually goes through Mad magazines. He's a big Mad fanatic, you know. The audience wasn't like, they didn't. It's hard to get into Sick just to show it to people because it's mostly text-based humor, a lot of it.
Yeah.
And like I said, it's very of its time, so you have to be a historian to get the jokes too. And it kind of like, it'll go over to a lot of people's heads today. Like there was one guy in the chat, I remember, he said, "Oh, this is boring," or whatever. And I took him on, you know. But he was like 17 or something. And I just said to him, "Well, when I was your age, I didn't understand the jokes either." So, you know.
Yeah, I've seen that guy's channel. He's the guy that photographs the magazines from above. Like, yeah.
Sick Shocks Peyton Place. No, he's a good guy. He's a really good guy.
Yeah.
Sick Shocks Peyton Place. So this is this cover again. This is an Eichmann, thing, because Eichmann, when he was on trial, they put him in a glass cage. I guess because people wanted to kill him, right?
Yeah.
So we had the Sick mascot in a glass cage, and he just reads a monologue on the back of it, one of Sick's famous monologues. And they have a big Peyton Place parody in that issue, which was a show.
Peyton Place is mentioned a lot in old humor magazines.
It is. It is.
So
Are we still live? You're breaking up on my end here.
I think I moved my computer and it
I think you're
how's it now?
stabilized. It's getting better. Your face is frozen.
Oh.
Maybe it'll get better. I'll show you the next one. You ready?
Yeah.
This is it. You're going to love this. This is issue number 9. Take a look at that cover. Isn't that cool? There you go. So this is American Bandstand, but it's John F. Kennedy is leading the instead of Dick Clark, he's the host of the show. And you have Charles de Gaulle there, Marilyn Monroe. She's always in these magazines. Fidel Castro dancing with his wife, who they used to say was a bearded woman. His wife, you know, she wasn't, but you know, Fabian, Connie Francis. That's supposed to be Connie Francis, I think, at the top. That picture up there.
Yeah, it looks a little more like Eartha Kitt, but I think it is supposed to be Connie Francis.
Yeah,
those are those aren't the best caricatures.
Well, Frank Sinatra looks good. Jacqueline Kennedy there dancing with Khrushchev. That's pretty funny, right? Khrushchev dancing with Jacqueline Kennedy. And then you see Bobby Rydell, portrait of him there.
Yeah.
And Paul Anka is drawn like with a really big nose. He got a nose job. I don't know if you know that. He had a bigger nose when he was younger.
No, I didn't know.
I think that's Joey D over here. I think that's Joey D from Joey D and the Starlighters. And that other guy.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I don't know who this guy is. Who's this guy? This guy here.
Oh, wow. That can't be Fabian. No, because Fabian would have probably broader shoulders. I don't know.
Yeah.
I have no clue.
Maybe it's Bobby V.
Could that be Frankie Valli? He was kind of had a thin face.
No, this is before he was famous, though. I don't know who it is.
Where are we up to? About 62 now?
61 still.
Okay.
So this was promoting a sick record, a record single. Like they had a single that they released, a comedy record called The Presidential Press Conference.
Yeah, I've heard it on YouTube. It
charted it was on the Hot 100. And that's what this cover is promoting, is that record. And they had a full record album too, an entire LP. Sick record LP, which so
Mad and Sick had albums. Did Cracked ever do anything audio?
No, they did a really horrible rap in the 2000s.
That doesn't count.
Yeah, no, they didn't do anything. This is the one that the mad guy was flipping through on his channel. This is number 10. And it says, Joe Simon said that they always tried to bait Mad because they wanted Mad to start a feud with them so they could get publicity from it, but Mad never would take the bait, you know?
Oh.
So here it says, in this issue, 50 blank pages. Read it now before Mad gets it.
So there's some pretty good Joe Simon interviews about his time with Sick, or?
Well, he wrote a book, like an autobiography where he had like a whole chapter on Sick in it.
Okay.
And this is an Untouchables cover, as you can see. They're breaking in on Sickman making some bootleg hooch. And then on the back of it, it's Happy New Year. They're celebrating with him. So the joke was, by the way, they're always saying that Mad was stealing their ideas. That's what they kept saying in the magazine. Here's number 11. This is a losers issue. So it's got Nixon because he lost the election. It's got, who's that boxer guy? Oh, do you know who he is? You know boxer?
I don't remember.
And that's Debbie Reynolds because she lost Eddie Fisher to Elizabeth Taylor. And on the back, they have a whole bunch of losers. You can see there.
Yeah. Wow.
So it's a losers convention. Pretty funny. This issue, number 12, had a special beatnik section in it, an 8-page beatnik section.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, that looks cool.
Yeah, and so they made fun of beatniks in that one. This was one of the hardest issues to find. This one, oh man, it took me so long to find this issue. So
did you just keep going to eBay and typing in Sick magazine for a long time or is that your main source?
Yeah, every day for a few years I would do that, yeah. And that was pretty cool. This one, number 14, The Sick Mad War. So they do a parody of Mad in this issue. Like a Mad press editorial meeting, not the magazine, but they imagine what it'd be like to eavesdrop on a Mad editorial conference. And they make a lot of jokes about them stealing ideas from them and stuff. And this monkey's right.
What issue number is that?
14.
Okay, yeah, you said that sounds like one I'd like. I mean, I'd never be able to probably ever collect all of them, but there's certain ones. That Beatnik one looks like one I'd want to seek out, and this one, and any issue that had Munsters or Addams Family or Batman.
There's an Addams Family one later on. They do a whole parody of the Addams Family in a later issue.
Oh, cool! Yeah, that one I'll have to write down the number of that one.
And it's Angelo Torres art as well, so it's really good.
Oh, cool.
This is the monkey is writing on the blackboard, "I'll never get mad again," and then at the end he writes, "I think I'm getting sick."
Oh boy, that's great.
Do you want to see the Mad parody? You want me to open it up?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Now, when I do the magazines that didn't last as long on your channel, it won't take as long to go through them, of course, right?
Yeah.
Like when we do these magazines, it takes a while.
Movie World's asking what year did they stop making? It was about 1980 or so?
1980, yeah.
Yeah.
Where is it? Maybe it isn't in
But
this.
I would say that any issue from the 1970s isn't really worth your time. It would be better to seek out these ones he's showing you.
Yeah, these are the best
At least
ones.
I'm sure there was some highlights.
But I like the later 70s ones, though. I really like the later 76 as well, because they're really weird.
Oh, you said it had a new editor.
This is a really good parody of Dobie Gillis.
Right.
And it's written by Joe Simon, and it's really funny. Once in a blue moon, he would write articles for Sick, and not just edit it.
Sick and the word balloons, it's actually typed, right? It's not handwritten.
That's right, it's typed.
Did they do that throughout the whole run of the magazine?
I think there were some handwritten ones in those really crappy 70s issues that you're talking about. And those were a few, but besides that, I thought it was always typed. I'd have to check again though.
And Mad is always typed, but in uppercase. Am I wrong? Except for the comics were handwritten word balloons.
That's a great question. I don't remember. I read it, but I don't.
I think Mad is. Yeah, it's typeset, but when they're doing comic parodies, they do it handwritten. To me, I've always preferred the handwritten word balloons in comics, and there's always been something off-putting about. I don't know. It's just one of these things.
I actually like the. I think I like the typing better, actually.
But
I don't know. I like the type. The typewritten stuff. But they did Kennedy humor all the time in Sick magazine, like more than any magazine. And they always got letters saying you really have a lot of audacity to, go after Kennedy.
Well, yeah, it's personal preference.
Are you talking to me, Ratu? Can you hear me, Ratu? I'm not sure if you can hear me.
Saying that I only saw it that one time at Walmart. I haven't seen it. Oh, are you? Hold on. What did you say?
I thought we had a delay there or something because it's just like you couldn't hear me.
Do we? Is it caught up now?
Yeah, it's fine now. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I whenever I move adjust the computer slightly, it seems to cause. Okay. Yeah. Well, that's cool. It's cool they brought that back. They brought it back just in time for the whole magazine industry to die. It's hard to believe that someone started a new magazine.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so this is what is it? 15. This is the 15th issue. Carving a Thanksgiving turkey on the front of that. And now the next issue, they had a new cover artist. A new artist coming to work for Sick magazine. You know who it was, Gratu?
I'd have to see the cover to maybe guess.
You can't see it?
Okay. You got Jack. Yeah, I know Jack Davis worked for them.
Yeah. So Jack Davis. Mm-hmm.
Did he leave Mad totally, or was he still with Mad while he worked for Sick?
Oh no. So what happened is, what happened is Jack Davis left Mad magazine with Harvey Kurtzman when Harvey Kurtzman left the magazine, right? And when he went to Humbug, and, he did Humbug and everything. But when that folded, he had to work for other magazines. So he went to work for Cracked first, and then he left Cracked to go to Sick magazine. And then he stayed with Sick for a few years, and then he went back to Mad magazine after that. So that's how it went. Yeah. So this is Ben Casey fans. They love this cover because look at that. It's a gorgeous cover. You want this, right? Because look at that.
Sure. Yeah, it's got crossover.
Yeah.
Crossover appeal to all kinds of different collectors.
Yeah, because it's got a monster cover, a Ben Casey cover, and it's a Jack Davis cover. I think that's the one with the Mad parody, actually. I thought it was the other one. Let me see. I think Jack Davis drew it. I might be wrong again, though. One of these has a Mad parody. I just don't know which one. There it is. So yeah, it's an editorial conference. And it's drawn by Jack Davis. So this is supposed to be the Mad staff.
So the guy with the Napoleon hat is supposed to be Gaines?
Let me see. I think no, Gaines is the guy in the back with the money. He's throwing money up in the air.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, I see him. Yeah, that's before he had the white beard.
Right.
And all that.
But they're all Mad guys. I don't know, like L. Feldstein is one of these dudes, and the Brenner guy.
Hold on, let me make you full screen. I don't know why I forgot.
Okay. So Mad fans, you might recognize who these people are. Don Martin is obviously he's the guy that looks like a Don Martin cartoon. And this is pretty funny because this is like he's making fun of his old employers.
There we go.
And his future employer, which he didn't know at this time. They would, he'd go back there. So that was a pretty neat parody by Jack Davis. Yeah, these Sick magazines are really great. I get a big kick out of reading these. By the way, thanks to all the people in the audience right now. Anybody watching this, it's really nice of you to, to care, to like to hear about this, This is number 17. This was one of the hardest issues to find. It's about Kennedy's feud with Walter Winchell at the time. And I have a feeling that this issue was so hard to find because when Kennedy was assassinated, a lot of people threw away anything with Kennedy humor in it, like because they were embarrassed to have it after he was killed, So I think that's why some of these issues are so hard to find. They did so much Kennedy humor in Sick magazine. Oh, I put these in the wrong order here.
Yeah.
Here's the next one. Ratu? Are you there? It's like
the Mad Paper.
We got a delay again.
There was a Mad Paper back out called the Mad Frontier. There was a back out called the Mad Frontier that had Alfred Newman in the rocking chair.
There you go.
Is it working now?
I think so.
Okay.
Now,
I don't know what it is.
Try not to keep moving your computer. Because
try not to what?
Try not to keep moving your computer.
I'm trying not to, yeah.
Okay.
Anyway, there was a Mad paperback, The Mad Frontier, with Alfred Newman in the rocking chair, the Kennedy rocking chair. He was supposed to be Kennedy. And I think in the second printing, they changed it to Alfred Newman in a covered wagon, and it was no longer a play on the new frontier. It was just a play on the Western frontier.
That's right.
So that first edition is kind of rare, I guess.
It is. I've never seen a copy of it. I had the other one, but I don't have the Kennedy one. I've never seen it. But there's one guy I saw on the internet who collects copies of it. Every time he tries to buy every copy he can. And he's got 20 copies of that paperback with Alfred in the rocking chair. So I guess that makes it even harder to find it because this one guy is buying them all. Right? That guy was enthralled. What did he say?
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm enthralled. I like the magazine Politics and Feuds. Oh, yeah, so do I, along with real life politics. It's interesting. I like that when magazines go after each other. I love that. This is the first issue, number 18, with Huckleberry Fink, their mascot, Huckleberry Fink, on the cover. Ah, there he is, and he's shooting.
He was with them throughout the stuff.
Yeah, although
Dan Blocker.
He changed. That's right. He changed his look later on in the Charlton issues, but because he got
blue eyeshadow.
Yeah, he started looking too much like Alfred E. Newman.
Oh, that's just his eyes.
Yeah. Uh-huh. But yeah, so what happened is when in the mid-70s he started looking more and more like Alfred E. Newman, Huckleberry Fink, and Joe Simon was drawing him, and when they went to Charlton, I guess they decided to change him. They were afraid Mad was going to sue them or something. So they changed his look and they made him a bald guy for a while. And then he was a guy just like Don Quixote. And he was in you didn't see his face for a long time. He was in what do you call that? A knight's outfit, with armor and everything, riding a horse.
Oh.
Yeah. And then you finally did see his face later, but. This is a beautiful Jack Davis cover, too. These are all Jack Davis covers, by the way. All these ones now that I've been showing you. So there's a Smokey the Bear one. And he's setting a fire. Oh, these issues also include a syndicated strip, or I don't know if it was syndicated or not, but something that Jack Davis did called Bull Rearguard, which was about a hapless soldier in the Civil War, like a sad sack of the Civil War, basically. And he was trying to sell it to newspapers, but I don't think it got sold. And so they got printed. A whole bunch of them were printed in Sick magazine, and some of them were printed in Harvey Kirkman's Help magazine as well.
And that was Jack Davis doing that?
Yeah. And he did a Gunsmoke parody on the back here, Jack Davis.
Yeah, he was really big into the Civil War and Western stuff.
Absolutely. Absolutely. You know your history. Okay. 19, a beautiful mountain climbing cover by Jack Davis. You can see there. Not all of them have the mascot on the cover. Oh, this is a hard one to find too for some reason. This guy is Huckleberry Fink is cheating by distracting the nerd guy with a picture of Jane Mansfield. So that's pretty funny. Here's the next one. There. This is a really nice cover. It's one of my favorites because it really evokes the early 60s, you know, two young people sharing a soda together. Huckleberry Fink have a straw in the soda as well.
What is it saying about monsters there?
Well, that's just campus pranks by the monsters of the study halls. So it's not real monsters. It's about college students playing pranks and things like that.
Right.
I mentioned before to you that Joe Simon in the other Graphic Man stream, that Joe Simon edited Campus Howl and Campus Humor magazine before Sick. So sometimes he reused some of that humor that he had in that magazine. This is a David and Goliath Jack Davis cover with Huckleberry Fink as David.
You don't see biblical themes too often on humor magazine covers. Maybe on the National Lampoon, they did that a couple of times.
Oh, yeah, not in a good way though, right?
It seems like I remember like one with Jesus getting a pie in his face, or was that Che Guevara? I don't remember.
Oh no, that was Che Guevara.
Che Guevara, but there was one where Mary with the baby she was being cast out by her parents.
Yeah.
Maybe because they didn't know well, I shouldn't even say it. I'll get struck by lightning.
But yeah, they did a cover of that. Now you're gonna love this. Your head's gonna fall off, Gratu.
I've seen that. That's great.
Coming
you
apart.
love drawing Frankenstein monster.
Yeah. So you'd like to have this one, wouldn't you?
Yeah, that's one I will eventually seek out if I live long enough.
It's number 25. So you can write that down right now. Anybody in the chat you want, write that down. 25. This was I don't know if you know.
Funny for me. Good.
Oh, me or you? I'm sorry if I'm interrupting you. I don't mean to do that.
No, it's not. It's me on a delay. Don't worry about it.
He's right. Zombo is right. That would be a great Archie cover. That soda pop cover. He's absolutely correct. This, you probably won't know about this story. It's before your time. But do you remember Joe Valachi?
The Valachi papers, yeah, he was like a mafia guy.
Oh, you do know, yeah. Yeah, so he do you want to tell the viewing audience then what he did?
Yeah, well, No, I because I don't really know. I just know maybe he was some guy that ratted on the mafia, and I don't know. There was a book I always saw in the stands when I was a kid called the Valachi Papers. They might have made a movie of it too. I don't know.
Yeah, I guess he was the first guy to rat on the mafia, so it was a big deal back then. You know,
Yeah.
The race issue, but it's not about that race. It's about the Indianapolis.
Right.
And this guy, see, he's
What year is that?
60, March of 64. March of 64. So,
Okay.
this right here, he thinks he's won the race because Huckleberry has a checkered picnic blanket. And he thinks it's the end of the race. The finish line there. This is where they started to shift. The magazine started to shift a bit after Kennedy was assassinated and Dee Caruso and Bill Levine left after, like, soon they're going to leave. And they started doing more typical kind of humor magazine stuff, you know, more TV parodies and stuff. Like, they were doing some before too, but like more. This is a, is that another Ben Casey cover? Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It is, right?
I think so. Yeah. I've never seen an episode of Ben Casey, but I know it exists, and I know what it looks like.
I haven't seen it either. Number 28. Now this one is so hard to get, draw to. So hard to get. And this is the reason why. You ready for this? So any comments?
Great.
Yeah, so it's a Beatles cover. This is right when they first came over. So this is June of 64, but that means it would have come out 3 months earlier. So 3 months before that would be May, April, March, right? So March of 64. And I believe they're on Ed Sullivan. Weren't they on Ed Sullivan in February of 64? I think you said January, but I think it was February, wasn't it? I think we have a delay again.
Yeah, is it better now?
Let's see. Yeah.
Is it caught up? Yeah, that's going to appeal to Beatle collectors, and then it's going to make. So, how much did you have to pay for that one?
Well, I kind of cheated a little bit on this one. I got a coverless copy of it, but I printed off the cover on the internet and I taped it to the front.
Well, the reason it's coverless is probably someone took the cover and framed it and probably sold it at an antique store. One of those idiots that does that.
But you have to say this is a Jack. Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
This is a Jack Davis cover, but look, it doesn't really look like them.
Well, let's see if I can figure out who's who. George Harrison is definitely on top. Ringo, which one's Ringo?
None of them look like Ringo.
Well, none of them look like Ringo. I mean, John Lennon is probably on the left, and the other two look like they're in a different band, like maybe Dave Clark 5 or something.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Dave Clark 5. That's great.
I don't know, but yeah.
And then the back of it has the bald Beatles, right?
Right. That's cool.
Harvey Kurtzman did that same joke later on. So I don't know if he stole it from Sick or he just got the same idea. On Helpmate.
So what would that magazine cost with the cover?
Too much.
Like over $100 probably.
I don't know. Those Beatle people are crazy. So Oh, and it's even got like a whole. It's got like Beatlemania. It's got a whole parody of Beatlemania, and it goes through like each member and it tells you about them. And it actually, the parody goes deeper than all other parodies in your magazines because they actually do a history of the group. Look at this, a Beatlography drawn by Angelo Torres, and they do a whole history about them playing in the Cavern Club and playing in strip clubs and stuff like that. And then when they played, yeah, like they knew the history, like they actually researched it.
What month did this and year did this come out again?
So this came out about March of '64.
March of '64, meaning that it, well, if it's dated 2 months after it went on sale, like most comics are, that means this is January of '64, which is the month they were on Ed Sullivan.
Oh no, this is June of '64. But I was dating it.
Oh,
it
June
came out
of '64.
Oh, actually, hey, there's a date on it. Hey, Gratu, I just realized there's actually a shipping date, like when it arrived here. It says April 20th, 1964.
Okay.
So that's the day it came out, April 20th, 1964.
Okay, so they had a few months.
Now
that's cool.
Now, Gratu, you said several times that the Beatles were on in January on Ed Sullivan, right? But wasn't it February?
And I don't know. I think we could look it up. I thought they were maybe it's both. Maybe they came back. Like, let me look it up online.
Well, I think their first appearance.
For some reason, I thought it was January.
I bet you $5 it was February. Their first appearance.
Oh, that would mean I'd have to have $5. Let's take a look here.
We're getting closer to the issue that you requested, you know.
Oh.
Good news, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, let me see. I'm looking. Hey Siri, what was the first? Oh shit! Hey Siri, when did the Beatles first appear on the Ed Sullivan Show?
When did the Beatles first appear on the Ed Sullivan Show? Check it out.
Just tell me. Hey Siri, when did the Beatles first appear on the Ed Sullivan Show?
Here's an answer from Wikipedia.org. Their initial Sullivan Show appearance on February 9th,
You're right.
1964 was the most watched program
February 9th.
to that point.
Yeah.
The Beatles in person.
February 9th. Yeah, you're right. Well,
I'm a historian of the Ed Sullivan Show.
But,
I actually know more about the Ed Sullivan Show than the people that run the official channel on YouTube, so don't feel bad. This is the dropouts issue, number 30. This is 31.
Cool.
In this issue, it says we're bugged by the Beatles. So they did a bunch of Beatles parodies.
Okay.
You know, I mean, why not, right? And this is the next one, number 32.
I'm sure.
I'll wait till you come back. I think I lost you again.
Oh, am I gone?
You're back.
Let me see.
You're back. Unless I think we lost you again.
Oh, am I?
No, you're back now.
Cool. All right. I don't know what's going on.
Ned Slovenly. I don't know what that means. I don't know who that is.
That's a good name, though.
Yeah.
Let's
Maybe
see,
it's
that first issue sold so well, they're gonna like put them on the cover like constantly now. It's like cracked. When
yeah.
something sold, they Happy Days and the Shark from Jaws and the Godfather would appear for 12 issues in a row until they
So
stopped selling.
this is funny because it says monster issue, and they have Ringo as the monster, right? And he's saying,
Yeah.
"Help! The Rolling Stones are after me."
Okay.
And look, it says scoop. Paul writes our Beatle movie spoof. So you buy this and you just, they got Paul McCartney to write their spoof. But you know who it is really? It's Paul Lycan writing it.
Yeah.
And then the back of it, they have like
Okay.
jokes for A Hard Day's Night. You see? See, Paul McCartney saying,
Yeah.
you know, he's saying,
He's making the
grandfather.
Tucker Carlson.
Yeah.
Maybe Tucker.
Grandfather. Go ahead.
Maybe Tucker Carlson got that face from Paul McCartney. I said maybe Tucker Carlson got that face from Paul McCartney. That's the
hilarious.
face he always makes when he's talking to someone. They can't believe how stupid they are.
Yeah.
Okay, that's
and
great.
Like, George Harrison here is saying to the girl, this pretty girl, he's saying, "But I'll respect you even more." So some people didn't like that because, you know, kind of making the Beatles out. Anyway, they have A Hard Day's Night parody in this issue with movie stills and everything, like a really big parody of it, like Paul Lycan. It's funny stuff. You'll love this one. It's sort of a monster. Oh, yeah, they got like a whole Teenage Monster fan magazine parody in this issue. So that's kind of like the first cover.
Yeah, that would be cool to see. I don't know why I'm still on the screen. Let's see. Let's get you.
Okay, I'll open it up here and hopefully I'm right. Oh, they had this too. Future movie roles for the Beatles. So Frankenstein meets the Beatles. You see?
Yeah.
The Beatles is coming. So like the Birds and Wild Straw Beatles. Gone with the Wig. Oh, that's funny. I love it. I love it. There's another Ben Casey parody in this one. Somebody on the staff must have really liked Ben Casey. Oh, look at this. See, here's some autographed pinups from the photo album of a Teenage Monster fan. You see? And that's all Angelo Torres art. Bob Powell
cool.
Bob Powell was the art director at Sick Magazine until he passed away. Let's see.
I'd probably blow some of those up.
You mean like you'd make bigger pictures of them? You wouldn't like explode them with dynamite or anything, right? I'm just trying to make a joke there. When I make a joke, I can't tell if you just don't think it's funny or if it's because of the delay. Because I don't hear any reaction.
What?
I can't hear you right now. Oh, I don't know what you're saying. Can anybody hear Gratu in the chat? Or should I just, can you hear me? Can people hear me? Because I'll just keep talking if you want me to.
Looks like I'm back.
You're back. Welcome back, Gratu.
Wow.
This cover was featured. I remember seeing this in the Overstreet Price Guide when I was a kid, and I was like, "Oh, I'd like to have this," but Sick Man, I could never find it when I was a kid. And it's a Jack Davis cover, so the girl says, "Love thy neighbor, love thine enemies," and Huckleberry just says, "Love me." I like that. It's a really nice cover. Valentine's Day cover. We're up to 65 now. This is...
What did the price tag on that say? I'm just curious what the little... I'm just curious what you paid for it.
No, the price tag is actually from a different magazine. It's from like a cheap magazine. So it's not what I actually paid for it. I put
you switched out bags.
Yeah, because I didn't have any bags for the Sick magazine. So I took them off all the Mad magazines from the 90s, and I put them all on the Sick magazines instead. Because I thought they were more valuable, They're obviously a lot rarer. This is the last Jack Davis cover, number 36. And then Joe Simon drew this one, but he tried to draw it like Jack Davis. Like he tried to kind of imitate his style. And it has a Playboy magazine here. So they actually made fun of Playboy in this issue. Which, is neat. These are great covers. These are great Joe Simon covers. So he's gone right through the stop sign on this one. These are beautifully put together magazines, by the way. How do you like that cover? I love the colors, in Sick magazine. So that was an optical illusion cover. I assume that the people in the stream can still hear me when you're gone. So I'll just keep going. This is number 40. It's still only a quarter.
Yeah, I got kicked completely out of the studio that last time.
Am I right that they can still hear me, though, when you're gone? I guess we'll find out someday. I think you got kicked out again.
I hope so.
Oh, I hope so, too.
I don't really know. Sometimes I'm hearing you, but I get kicked out of the studio, and I have to come back into my own broadcast.
That's really weird. This is a football cover.
That's a little disturbing.
They started doing like themed issues.
The illustration's a little disturbing. I don't know.
So they did a Sports Illustrated parody in that issue. Oh, Gratu. I hope you're there because number 42, oh my God. Every comic fan has to have this issue. If you're a fan, if you're listening to this stream right now and you like comics from the 60s or 40, oh, thank you so much, Zombo. Thank you so much for telling me. And Gratu, of course. You have to get this issue. You've got to get it. This is in demand because it features a Fighting American cover. Now, Gratu, do you know the Fighting American? Well, let's assume that Gratu does. Oh, he's back. So you know who that is?
Yeah, I've got a book. Well,
I don't know what he said.
Yeah, Joe Simon and Jack Kirby created Captain America.
Right.
Can you hear me?
Sometimes I can hear you.
I don't know.
So he also created, I don't know, did Jack Kirby
Joe Simon and Jack Kirby. Oh man. Okay. Is it working now? Me.
Sort of. Not completely. I don't know if I should keep talking or.
See how much delay there is.
I heard that. You should see how much delay there is.
Go ahead and talk and explain about Jack Kirby and Joe Simon.
Okay. So yeah, they created Captain America, and
Any internet.
I want to ask Gratu if I know Joe Simon created the Fighting American as well, but I'm not sure what the details are around that particular superhero. So I was hoping you could fill us in on that. And that is him on the cover. So fans of, Joe Simon superheroes want this issue. And there's also a bunch of superhero parodies in this issue as well. Because this is when Marvel Comics was... Oh, I heard something.
Yeah.
I don't know. You're breaking up a lot on my end. Well, I was just going to say that this is when Marvel Comics was really coming into its own. This is when the second superhero wave was really taken off. This is 1966 when this magazine came out. And so they're doing parodies on the new superhero wave inside this issue. This is issue number 42. So I'll show you some of the, for you fans out there of superhero stuff. Oh, by the way, before I show you that, there's also a parody which was kind of controversial at the time by Jack Sparling called Executive Spy. And it was controversial because the way he drew this girl in it, very, very sexy. He drew very sexy women. And some people wrote in, see, look at that. She's like, it's almost naked. Like you can see through her outfit. I mean, this was pretty daring stuff for a humor magazine in the 60s. Mad would never do something like that. And some people wrote in saying, wow, that's distasteful, But other people said, no, let's have more of that. So they took a poll and they're like, what do the readers want? But I think the readers mostly wanted more of that. Oh, and also, here's another thing. There's a whole bunch of pictures of Sean Connery in this issue, and it's as if he starred in a beach movie. So they do a parody of him, like if he starred in Beach Party A Go-Go with Ursula Andress. Now here we go with the superhero stuff. So it's a magazine called Superfan, and it's making fun of the new superheroes and the fans of the new superheroes. So here we have Bird Brain versus Deadbeat, the Mighty Musk Ox, the Fantastic Florist. So they're making fun of the kind of stuff that Marvel was doing at the time. Like here's a preview of the new superheroes coming out. The Swinging Sergeant, the gallant Garbage Man, Super Bed Bug, things like that. And then there's Skunk Man, Glob, Son of Blob, the Slugging Grandmother, Long John, the Underwear Man. And then they have, oh, this is cool. You fans are going to love this. Look at this. Then they have like a Fantastic Four parody in here.
Oh, wow.
You see?
Hold on. Let me get that full screen. I haven't been anything for the last couple of minutes. Okay. Is this the issue that I was looking forward to?
No. This is actually, that's a different one. This is number 42. We're still on 42.
Oh, okay.
So you want this
All
issue. Right. You want to write this issue down. Because this is another one I forgot. There's, so can you, there's Superman. Is that, no, that's not Superman. Captain Marvel, is it? And the Beatles.
Which one are you pointing at?
Oh, up there. This dude.
Well, it's supposed to be Superman. Yeah, and then it looks like, is that Quicksilver from Marvel? I can't tell.
It might be. I think this is
the Flash.
Is that the Scarlet Witch? I didn't know the Scarlet Witch went back.
The Black. No, that's a character from more of the early 50s, late 40s called the Black Cat.
Oh, the Harvey Comics Black Cat. Yeah, I know her. So you see that?
Tell this is done by people that were involved in the comics and know more. Yeah, that's great. What's the name of the article?
It is.
I was like in
Invasion of the Fink Men.
When you showed the beginning.
It's Invasion of the Fink Man. The art is by George Tuska, and the script is by Kelvin Castine. So you see, Mad didn't do stuff like this. You know, they weren't quite as hip, you know, as Sick Magazine.
Okay.
Now, and then we have, after that article, there's one called Adventures of Superfan. And this is about a fan of the new Marvel superheroes and what his life is like. He wants to be a superhero like them, so he's imagining himself as a superhero. It's pretty cool. And that's also by George Tuska and Kelvin Castine. Another thing Sick did that you didn't see in Mad back then, or Cracked or anything, like Cracked didn't even credit people. They didn't even credit their artists and writers back then, which was kind of obnoxious in my opinion. But in Sick, they actually would do profiles on the people that worked for the magazine. So this one has a profile on Bob Powell. So you'd actually get to read little biographies and interviews with the people. And then you have Robert Kennedy, you know, and he's like, who stole all the ice cream from my cone? Because the microphone looks like a cone. Ice cream cone. So anyway, you should seek out this issue, number 42. So remember that number too, Gratu. 42, Gratu.
Yeah.
February 1966. We're getting really close to the issue that you asked for.
And the Batman TV show started on ABC in January of '66, so there should be an explosion of superheroes in all the humor magazines before long here in '66.
The next one is a protest issue. Jack Sparling cover, and it's number 43, making fun of the protesters of the time. So yeah, his sign says America Awaits.
Was Jack Davis gone at this point?
Yeah, this is what he's at Mad now. He's gone to Mad, where he stays.
Okay.
I was looking inside to see if there's any stuff you'd really like in that one. I know that around this time there's the Addams Family parody. It might have been earlier. When was the Addams Family on TV?
From 64 to 66, so it was actually off the air at this point.
Well, we missed it.
So it might have been an issue. Maybe I'll look on my phone.
Oh, it might cut you off.
Type in. You might what?
It might cut you off though if you look on your phone.
I'll type in Sick Magazine. I hope not. Brand X.
This is a parody. This whole issue is actually a parody of Brand X, which I'm pretty sure you explained this in one of your videos, where you talked about how Brand X was the brand in the commercials that was being always compared with the name brand, right?
I guess that was that done by multiple advertisers? I don't know.
Probably. I don't really know either. But yeah, there's a lot of advertising parodies in this issue. Like Mad did. Mad did a ton of advertising stuff. That was one of the first Sick minis I ever had. And that's the copy I had too. And then the next one is the hobby issue.
Cool.
So is it fun seeing these covers, Gratu?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I'm just trying to find out what issue that appears in. It would probably tell you on mycomicshop.com, but I'd have to go through all the... Well, hold on. It says...
It's Angelo Torres art, if that helps.
Oh, okay.
I think it's like issue 38 or something like that. My guess is it's around 38.
Okay, let me look. Well, I'll just look up Sick Magazine on mycomicshop.com. Okay, yeah, keep going. I'll find it.
Now, the new artist at Sick is Bob Taylor, and he did this cover. This is the first cover he did for Sick. So do you know Bob Taylor?
Right. See, that's I recognize that style, and it's very much of the time with the weirdos and Ratfink and the surfing, and that almost looks like one of the model kits that they sold back then.
Right.
So yeah, it's very much of that style, that time period.
Bob Taylor worked for Sick at the beginning of his career. And then he went to work for National Lampoon later on.
Oh, okay.
He did that famous parody, the comic parody, the Family, which is like a 50s family, but the father is a weirdo. The Appletons, I think it was called.
Oh, yeah.
That's what he did. And he also worked for Bananas magazine.
Okay.
So, this was neat. Are you a fan of Get Smart?
Sure.
This is like Maxwell Smart if he starred on other television shows.
Wow.
So that's Angelo Torres art again. Don Adams. This issue has a movie spoof of What's New Pussycat. Oh, yeah.
They don't.
Mm-hmm.
My comic shop doesn't list the contents of the issues.
That's probably because they hardly ever get them in stock. Sick is so obscure that
Angelo Torres, George Ledway. That's issue 36 says list artist, but 37 and 38 don't list the artist.
Now you recognize this. This is an ad for the Sick birthday special, which you have.
Okay.
That's the one I don't have.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was amazed that there was one you didn't have.
I've never been able to get. I've been trying to get that issue.
It's that store, Duncanville Books, that I keep talking about. They wind up with stuff like that, and when they closed their store down for the pandemic last year for a couple of months, when it reopened, they had just a smorgasbord of amazing stuff. I think they spent those 2 months going through and pricing things and putting them in the racks. So when it finally opened back up, there was just unbelievable stuff, and it was all really affordable. And
it's amazing. Yeah, I've never been able to get a copy of that issue, but it'd be nice to have it, though.
Yeah, I think Good.
This is one of my favorite covers. This is number 47.
Wow, that's cool.
And it looks even better like in person because the colors really pop on this cover. It's got bright colors, and this is a Joe Simon watercolor painting. So he was experimenting with different art styles at this time, and it's it's a watercolor cover, and it's really nice. Really nice cover. What were you going to ask me? I think you were going to ask me something.
No.
Oh, okay.
I was just having trouble. My computer keeps having trouble.
They also printed something else Sick did the Year Humor magazine.
I think I was going to say that maybe 30.
Maybe what? Sorry?
Oh, I'm delayed. I think it. I'm horribly delayed. Let me see if I can't fix that. Well,
okay. Okay. You back?
Am I back in sync?
I think so. So what were you going to say?
Okay. I was just thinking maybe it was issue 36 that had the Addams Family, because it did mention Angela Torres, but it.
Well, Angela Torres was in just about every issue, though, from like the first issue until 50 something, I think. So I'm thinking it's 38 or so. That's what I'm thinking. It was reprinted in a special. Oh, it was reprinted. I remember this. It was reprinted in the 10th anniversary annual, which was printed in 1970. And it has like a big 10 on the cover of it, which I have it.
Okay.
But yeah, if you want to see it, it's in that issue for sure. I remember it was reprinted in that annual.
Okay.
The Mad Hatter from Alice in Wonderland. You mean Huckleberry Fink looks like that? Because it like his big hat? I think that's what you mean. Okay, here it is, Gratu. Did I lose you? I think we lost Gratu again.
I'm here.
Oh, you're there.
I'm here, yeah.
Okay. This is number 48. This is the one that you were asking me about. So you used this as a thumbnail for your video a few days ago. And this is a Bob Taylor cover. You see? It's a really beautiful cover with all these monsters on it. And I told you that this issue has Stan Lee parody in it. It also has a really good Dick Van Dyke Show parody. The Duck Van Dyke Show. This one's in really good shape. This was also one of the hardest issues to find. I tell you like how much I paid, but I just can't remember. Oh, so this issue, yeah, you want to seek out this issue because it's got a Munsters parody right here. You see that?
Oh, wow.
So you get the Munsters.
That's great.
You get the Munsters, and you get Ben Casey again.
Could you show
Ben Casey's in it? Sorry.
Could you show the first page
of what? Oh, the article. Sure.
Of the Munsters, like every page of it.
Oh, well, that's the whole thing because it's different TV shows.
Oh, I see. I got you. I got you. So it's just a few panels of the monsters.
Yeah, yeah. So that's the whole Monsters
All right,
parody.
I got you.
But then you also get, look at this, Cleanser Man and the Boy Cleanser, which is a Batman and Robin parody.
Yeah.
So you get that. So you're really getting some bang for your buck. And now here it is. Are you ready for this? This is the Stan Lee parody. This is, any comic collector should have
Yep.
this. This is the new age of comics. And this is a really biting satire of Stan Lee and Marvel Comics at the time. And it's written by Joe Simon himself. He wrote this satire on Stan Lee. So you know, there's some inside information here. Now, there's a part here like where they're waking up Captain America. He's in sleep, and they're waking him up. That's Stan Lee, by the way, that guy. Because as you know from those videos you've been showing, he looked a lot different back then. But yeah, that's Stan Lee. And this is pretty incredible parody right here. It's a must-have for any comic collector. I mean, he's really getting out some feelings here, Joe Simon, I would say. And he's even put Captain America into it, so. Oh, you gotta get it. You gotta get it. And there's a whole satire on the Peace Corps. And it has some really cool artwork there. There's a profile on Bob Taylor in this issue. This is just amazing. This is a must-have issue of Sick Magazine. Every comic collector should have this. Number 48. And it has an unbelievable cover, monster cover, Halloween cover. So, wow. Yeah. I can't recommend it enough. Number 42 and number 48 are the ones that comic collectors should definitely have in their collections. And I'm telling you, because most people don't know this. Most people don't know about Sick Magazine. If they do know about it, they know about the later issues. And they say, oh, that's just a crappy magazine. Because they don't know when it was really good, And I tell people...
Well, yeah, that's kind of how I always was.
Right. And I tell people Sick Magazine was a great magazine, and they'd laugh. They say, what's wrong with you, But, nothing wrong. It's great. Number 49. This is when they started putting spoof on the cover. So I think maybe they're going to change the title. They kept talking about changing the title to something else because they weren't sure if Sick was still appropriate, because Sick humor was they weren't about Sick humor anymore. So Sick spoof, Lyndon Johnson in his poverty program, in his new society. That's what that's about. It says, on the cover, it says, sing a song of poverty, pocket full of cash, 4 billions for the poor to splash. When the pie was caught up, the poor began to chime. Where did all that money go? We still ain't seen a dime. So where does the money go in these programs, right? We don't know, do we, Grotty? And this is another one for fans of pop culture of the late 60s. This whole issue is a spoof on mod culture, the 50th issue. See?
Yeah.
So, and it's got a calendar in it, a calendar for 1967. And it's a full calendar. See, look at this.
Wow.
It's making fun of the fashions and the monsters and and it's all Bob Taylor art. So that's pretty cool, huh?
It is, yeah.
So this is something like you might want to seek out. There's a
It is, yeah.
that's Bob Taylor's teacher, the professor. He drew that. He worked for Thick Magazine as well. He was his art teacher in school. Yeah, and he went by the name the professor. He went by the pseudonym. I forget exactly why. I think it might have been because he did some work for Mad at the same time. So he used a fake name when he was working for Sick, maybe. I'm not sure about that though.
Okay, I moved to a different room closer to the router, hoping that would the Wi-Fi to see if it's a Wi-Fi issue, and if it is, I'm probably just going to need to upgrade the Wi-Fi or get up some kind of something that extends the range of it upstairs where I was.
I can hear you fine now. You're good right now.
So does this sound better or look better than it? I don't have as much lighting down here.
The picture looks better. Your picture's clear, and your sound is better too.
Okay, then I need to figure out how to make this range extender that we've got work so that it reaches upstairs better. That's the problem.
This is 51. They did a lot of stuff about motorcycle gangs. Somebody did their math on the cover. Do you ever notice on some of these old magazines?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Either it's homework or it's someone desperately trying to do their finances.
It's issue number 48, Movie World Comics. It's this one. This is the one. They also did a bunch of Stan Lee. Yeah, the same one. That's funny. You guys are asking about the same issue. It's all in this issue. You guys got to get this issue, number 48. But you also want to get, I don't know if they saw that earlier. Did they see the Fighting American one? Were they here for that?
They'll have to tell us.
Do you guys need to see 42 again, the one with the Fighting Americans? There's a lot of superhero stuff in that one, too. They had like, Black Cat and Fantastic Four and all sorts of things. And they also, in the Charlton issues, now here's something that I haven't mentioned, but they did an ongoing Stan Lee parody in the Charlton issues in the late 70s as well. And it was and it was called Eagle Man. And Eagle Man with Stan Lee. And it was a really mean parody of Stan Lee. So it seemed like somebody really had it out for him. And those are fascinating too. There's like 3 or 4 issues near the end of the run in about 1978 or so in Sick magazine as well. This is a cool cover. This is a Joe Simon cover. And look, he's putting Think. He's tattooing Think on his forehead.
Wow.
At this time, Sick magazine started printing some of the pages in color, but not real color, just like spot color.
Right.
So you get like orange. Like each issue had a different color. They'd use sparingly in the magazine. This issue is orange. Sometimes it was blue. Sometimes it's green. Sometimes it's yellow. And I really love that. I just like those little novelty features. You know?
What are we up to now? About 1967?
This is 67. Yeah, I think it's 67. Yeah, this is 67. We're in.
It really is like a crash course in the history of the 60s.
Yeah.
It starts right at the turn of the decade. And
it's exactly true. And you have this issue.
I do.
Yeah, I think you showed this in a video, I think.
Well, it's part of getting old. I could see why I bought it.
Yeah.
You're right. They're kind of almost trying to change the name to spoof. It's giant.
Right. Oh, this one is partially in blue, and blue is one of my favorite colors, so I love this. And they started doing weird artwork in Sick, and they started getting more like psychedelic in the magazine, and it was really cool. It was so much hipper than Mad, you know. The Mad Computers. This guy, like, he draws this big art with funny captions. Yeah, look at this stuff. It's so cool.
We're probably getting close to the Tiny Tim issues, huh?
Oh, you know about those, huh?
Well, it seems like Tiny Tim is like the host of the magazine for a while.
I love Tiny Tim. I'm a huge fan of Tiny. I've watched just about every interview he ever did on YouTube. Like, there's so many of them.
Well, this friend of mine ran the Tiny Tim fan club out of Dallas.
Who ran it?
A guy named Big Bucks Burnett. He used to run a record store called 14 Records in Dallas, and he had the Mr. Ed fan club and the Tiny Tim fan club.
That's amazing.
Tiny Tim came to town, you know, to perform at. I think he had something called Ed Stock or Timapalooza. I don't. He had some giant music festival in honor of Mr. Ed or something. This guy was nuts. And anyway, when Tiny Tim came to town, this is 30 years ago, he fell in love with a friend of the guy that ran the fan club. Just this girl that hung around. It was this good friend of his, and he would just write all these songs for Miss Stephanie and
Miss Stephanie. I remember, yeah.
But she was, as far as I know, wasn't interested. But he just had this unrequited crush on this girl, Stephanie.
Oh yeah, he used to fall in love with girls a lot, and he'd write songs for them. And I remember singing about Miss Stephanie all the time.
Well, she's a girl out of Dallas or maybe Denton.
Did you ever meet Tiny Tim?
Huh?
Did you ever meet him?
Oh no, I didn't. But no, so I'm like one shade of degree of separation from.
I would love to have hung out with Tiny Tim.
But there's
Yeah, you were saying. What are you gonna say?
There's a really good biography of Tiny Tim, and it's hard to find. But this guy made a kind of a bootleg copy of it, and it's really fun to read.
It was published in the 70s, right?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have a copy of it. But have you seen the movie Street of Dreams, the documentary about Tiny Tim's tour of Australia?
It's called Street of Dreams.
It's a fascinating movie. Fascinating. Before I show you that movie world, this is the Time Funnel. You remember the show, The Time Tunnel?
Sure.
So that's what this is a parody of.
Wow.
I'll show you number 42.
Yeah, Blood Harvest was a Man Bear Pig is pointing out that Tiny Tim was in a movie called Blood Harvest.
I have that movie.
Yeah.
I've watched it like 3 times, I think, maybe more. I like it. I like it a lot, actually.
There's a Tiny Tim show that, what I gotta look up this guy's name. Hold on a second.
Here's number 42 while Brock is looking that up. This is the one of the Fighting American cover, Movie World Comics. And it's also got a lot of superhero stuff in it, superhero parodies, Marvel stuff, and things like that. So you definitely want to look for this one, too. It's all about the heroes in the long underwear. That's what they called the superheroes.
Yeah, see, Joe Simon was the creator. I was trying to say this earlier, but my camera kept cutting out. Joe Simon was the creator of Captain America along with Jack Kirby. And Joe Simon kind of got shafted, and he tried to create a new Captain America kind of character later and put out several issues of the Fighting American. And I guess he brought him back in Sick, which he was doing later.
Well, he
became big.
He didn't actually have him in Sick. He's just on the cover of that issue.
Right. And then, anyway, what I was going to say is regarding Tiny Tim, there's this film director named Bill Rebane that made the giant spider invasion, and he lives up in Wisconsin. And my wife and I were looking at places to move to, and there was this huge place for sale, and it turned out it was his house. He was trying to sell it. I think he later took it off the market, but I was really interested in it because it was like part movie studio. I think it originally was this giant restaurant, and so we even befriended Bill Rebane on Facebook, and we saw. And he's really conservative. Is really funny, and anyway, he's this older guy, and but when I looked him up on YouTube, and he's the guy that made the movie Monster a Go-Go that Herschel Gordon Lewis later took over and kind of played around with. But the best thing he ever did was a movie, a little short film called I think it's called Twist Craze and Dance Craze or something like that. There, I have to find them, but they're just great. Color little shorts about the dance crazes of the early 60s. And then on videotape, he shot a Tiny Tim, like a couple episodes of a Tiny Tim, kind of like a Pee Wee Herman's show that are on YouTube.
Yeah.
I mean, it's really strange, but anyway, it could have been cool if we had bought his house. Maybe we could have become friends with him and everything. That was kind of like a dream there for a while, and then COVID came along, and I guess he probably didn't want people coming through his house looking at it, and it just went off the market. So
that show Tiny Tim and Friends, that was a failed children's show that never got picked up or whatever.
Yeah.
Tiny Tim was actually afraid of little kids. He thought he always said that they know more than you think they know. That's what he said. So he was paranoid of little kids, and so he'd be a very strange guy to host a children's show. So so he's probably pretty scared when he was making that. But do you mind? I need to go to the washroom really badly.
Sure.
So, but I got more magazines. We still got more Sick magazines. So
okay, sure.
We might as well go through the rest of the Sicks in this broadcast. You could change the title to Sick Magazine.
I already did that. That's why I was looking down a little while ago.
Okay. We might as well just do Sick today, and then we'll call it a day for today. Yeah. This is, I'm pretty tired, but I'm on a roll though,
So tomorrow we'll come back and we'll do a live. Now that I figured out how to do live streaming, a lot of worlds open up, and so tomorrow I can maybe do it. I'm gonna do one. So maybe this tomorrow evening. And so what I want to do is have as many, if any of you want to come on. By the way, if any of you want to come on, hold on a second. Maybe does it still remember the link? Paste. Yeah, if any of you want to click on this link over in the chat on the side there or down below, click on that link, and then maybe we could see what it looks like when we get more than 2 people on. Because you could be on live and asking either of us questions. I think that'll be fun. I guess if any of you click on it, it'll appear down below my screen, and then I can click on you and manipulate the different screens. I'm still trying to learn this StreamYard stuff. Let's see, we have 6 people watching. Let's see. I'm gonna click on. See, I'm on my wife's account on the TV set, so that should show that I have 7 people watching. Let's see how long it takes to show that 7 are watching. still shows 6. This doesn't look very good, though. It's not very clear. Oh, you're back?
Yeah. So people will be able to watch this, though, afterwards if they missed it, right?
Yeah, apparently it just immediately becomes available for watching. You don't when I film something on my phone, I have to it processes, and then it what is the next step? It has to upload, and then it does some kind of finalizing. It has to go through 3 phases when you upload something to YouTube. But when you stream it, I guess it's just automatically there. It's just a different process.
Now, this next issue is a really good one. This is one of my favorite issues.
Okay, we're up to the Monkeys-era now.
And so once again, we have that organ grinder guy again.
Yeah.
But now he's with the monkeys instead of the monkey. And it says, "Yek, yek, it's the monkeys." And there's a whole section of this issue, of 6 spoof, devoted to summer activities like deep sea diving and whatnot. And it's got this really cool, almost psychedelic artwork. It doesn't show up too well here because it's dark.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't really see it that well on my webcam, but it looks really cool. So everybody should buy this issue if they can find it. And there's like swimming, you know. Look at that. That guy's he's diving down. There's a monster down there, Gratu. See that?
Yeah, that's great. A great monster. It looks like all the stickers and trading cards that you could get back then, decals, model kits. Zombo's asking a question. Did they stop the back cover story bit?
Yeah, they stopped that like after issue 10 or no. After like around 12, 14 after about that. So that was quite a while.
So it stopped during the Kennedy era, basically.
Yeah. And here's a nice beach bunny drawn by Bob Taylor.
Oh.
There's the guy on the beach. That's the girl.
Wow.
And there's a lot of good Bob Taylor art. It's a really nice magazine. So this is the sick magazine nobody knows, you know?
Yeah. No, well, unless they're older. I mean, I grew up with the 70s sick, and it was just a very, very inferior version of Mad and Cracked. But then I would see, when I saw a 60s sick, and I realized that this was once a different kind of magazine, a much better quality one.
Yeah. When Joe Simon left, it just, didn't.
And he left in 70, you say?
1970, yeah.
Okay.
So this is 68, right? We're in, or is it 67 still?
So when he left, is there just an immediate drop off, or is it gradual?
Well, do you want me to tell you now or wait till I get there?
Yeah, why don't you get there? Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's a spoiler, right? So look at this. This is another great issue. Look at that. This magazine, this issue parodies the bands, the music of the time. So the new far out underground psychedelic freak scene culture. That's what it says on the cover.
Oh, that's good. I should use that for tomorrow night's broadcast. The new far out underground freak scene.
It's the new far out underground psychedelic. Psychedelic freak scene culture.
Okay, I got to remember all those buzzwords.
You should write that down. You want me to say it again? If you have a piece of paper.
Oh, no, I can find it. We're at 2 hours, 17 minutes. Yeah, I can probably remember a lot of that.
Well, this issue is number 55, so you could look up this cover, too.
Yeah.
And it's right there on the cover, right there.
Sure.
So, yeah, this is a great issue of Six Spoof. I guess we'll call it Six Spoof now, right? And they make fun. Oh, dude, look at this, Gratu. Look at that freak. This is a happening. Look at this.
Oh, that's good.
Lyndon Johnson there. And the people just freaking out. Yeah, it's got the whole satire on, the weird drugs and everything and the underground movies that Warhol was making. I mean, man didn't know about this stuff.
I wonder if anyone has online. Is there a way to download these older issues?
Yeah, on Internet Archive, somebody has been uploading a lot of old Sick magazines.
Really? These issues?
Yeah. Not all of them.
How does Internet Archive work?
You just go there and you search for something like Sick magazine, and like they're all like in a group. And there's Crack too. There's tons of Crack magazines on there too. And you could just download it. Like you pick a way to download it, like a format you want to download, and you can download it, or you can read it on the Internet Archive.
And then you have all the scans, and you can use the pictures however you want.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not every issue's there, but they don't have every issue like I do. But the new sound. Look at that. Funkadelic. See that?
Wow.
I mean, this is great. If anybody's into like the 60s culture, they should seek out like every Sick magazine from the 60s. And we have all the politics stuff here. There's a whole Bobby Kennedy premiere.
Yeah.
There he is with all his kids.
Wow.
So this obviously before he's assassinated. And, there's a satire on a funny thing happened on the way to the forum. Oh, I was going to say this earlier. Sick magazine also printed classified ads as well. They take classified ads from the readers looking for pen pals, and they'd hook people up together like real ads. The other magazines didn't do that.
That's weird.
It is. Like they had like pages just of classified ads, and sometimes they'd have pictures. They say people send in your pictures, so you get to see the pictures of the people. And everybody's so literate back then because everybody knew how to write back then because the educational system was actually good, And people were clean cut and civilized back in the 60s. It's great stuff. And the Vietnam veterans were always writing in the Sick magazine looking for pen pals because they were lonely in Vietnam. So you get to read all these things. Oh, and these ads are great because they say what their interests are. So they describe themselves and they say, I like groups like the Monkees. I love Herman's Hermits or the Rolling Stones or the Yardbirds. They actually list all their favorite music groups and everything in the ads. It's really great. It's really a lot of nostalgia. Oh, this is a great cover. I love this one. You see that? I don't know where Groucho left. Groucho, where'd you go? I thought we had him to stay that time. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is a wonderful cover. It has Alfred E. Newman on it, as you can see. It's number 56. And this is funny because the Huckleberry Fink sixth mascot has just invented the wheel, and he goes to the U.S. Patent Office to get a patent on it. But unfortunately, Alfred E. Newman was there before him, and he already invented the wheel. Isn't that amazing? It's like, okay, Mad invented the Modern Humor magazine, so Sick magazine is late. That's an amazing cover. So everybody buy this issue. If you can find it, buy it. Sick's motto was, why try harder? That was their motto. Let's see. Yeah, there's so much good stuff in here. Like, there's a whole article again about the complete guide to groups, music groups of this time era, 1967. So You got groups like they're making fun of different groups. You got Peter, Paul, and Mary there. You got the Rolling Stones. I think that's who they are. No, these are the Rolling Stones down here. Who are they? Is that the Beatles? I think it is. It doesn't look like them, but except for John Lennon. Yeah, they got different groups. They had like the Mamas and the Papas, Herman's Hermits. They're actual hermits in this parody, so they're in a cave. You see, that's pretty funny. Then the Fathers and the Mothers. That's the Mamas and the Papas there. You see. The Beach Boys. There you go, Gratu. If you're around anywhere, there's the Beach Boys. They call them the Sand Boys in this issue. So you might want to look for this issue too. This is number 56. The Young Scoundrels. So that's the Young Rascals. They have the Beasts, the Animals, the Mutations. I think that's just a joke. That one. Yeah. Then they just have some jokes like dolphin groups and alien groups and things like that. So that's pretty cool if you're into the 60s music scene. I know I keep saying this, but I feel like Mad wasn't as hip as Sick Magazine was, because they weren't really into the youth culture as much of the time. It seemed like it was more establishment based. Like in this, you see parodies of the music groups of the time, but maybe in Mad you see a parody of an income tax form or something, you know. I assume everybody's listening to me because Gratu's disappeared. I don't know where he is, but hopefully I'm not just talking to myself. I don't think the comments will pop up here either unless Gratu makes them pop up. So, yeah, I have no idea if people can still hear me. Maybe wait, let me check YouTube. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm just going to go check YouTube to see if I am indeed live. Gentlemen, I'm just going to go check YouTube to see if I am indeed live. Okay, I can hear myself. Okay, everybody, thanks for sticking with me here. I guess this is my show now because Gratu disappeared. I don't know where he went. So, so this is issue number 57, right? Yeah, 57. This is another great one. I'm not really sure. Like, it's a weird cover, you know. It's like 3 Sick magazines and Huckleberry's hiding behind them, but his face is on the cover of each one, so it makes a neat effect. These Joe Simon covers are just beautiful. He drew these covers, and they're just gorgeous covers. Now, this issue, Gratu, if you're not watching it, you should watch this later on, because this issue has a bonus in it. It actually has a bonus. It's got free, genuine hot rod decorating kit stickers. Check this out. This is the middle of the magazine. They actually printed some glossy pages with stickers that you could put on your hot rod in the 60s. So that is really cool. And they had like satires on draft card burning, you know, because the protesters of the Vietnam War and everything. So they were really into the what was happening, you know. They had their finger on the pulse of the public. Okay, so the next issue, some of you probably going to laugh at this. And I apologize, I can't see the comments at all because Gratu isn't here and he's not putting them on the screen. So, oh, he's back.
Yeah, my internet died completely, and the show keeps going. So apparently, it once it's alive, it keeps going. The only thing that ever was added, let's see here. I was watching it on the TV, but I couldn't get the internet to work. Zombo said, like DC and Marvel when Marvel was new, and Zombo smiled.
So you saw that Alfred E. Newman cover, Gratu?
Yeah, I was watching, but I was frantically, I had the sound turned down. I was trying to get back on the internet.
You might want to watch that part over again if you.
I'll watch it all over. Yeah.
Did you see the part with the groups, all the music groups I was?
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, wasn't that awesome? Yeah.
Yeah.
You could tell I love Sick magazine.
Yeah. What number are you up to now?
58.
Yeah, they seem to embrace hippie culture more than Mad or Cracked.
Yeah, this whole issue is like hippie funny stuff about hippies in it. But they're making fun of hippies, though,
Right.
A pill more powerful than LSD, LBJ.
Huh.
LSD and prune juice, the new hippie movement. What to pack for an LSD trip. Timothy Leary is a dropout. Happiness is a warm poppy. It's all like hippie stuff, right?
Yeah.
But it's funny. It's funny stuff. Oh, did you see the bonus hot rod stickers I showed in the previous issue?
Yeah.
That was so cool. This one has special violence protest labels. That was the bonus in this issue. They never had bonuses in the regular Mad issues, only in the specials. That was 59. This is 68. I've been told that this is the hardest Sick magazine to find of every Sick magazine. This one right here. It's the Sick Laughin' special from 1968. And it has a poster in it, a free poster, which I think is a Frankenstein poster. Yeah, check this out, Gratu. I think we lost you again, but
I'm still here.
Oh, great. Check this out. It comes with a free Frankenstein poster. See that? That's Dick Briefer's Frankenstein. And the bottom of it is here, and it's like Frankenstein uses body makeup, whatever that means. But yeah, I've been told that this is the hardest issue of Sick to find. It's all reprints except for the poster. Oh, there's a psychedelic poster in it too. There's this crazy psychedelic poster in the middle. This guy wanted to buy this from me because he was also trying to complete a Sick magazine collection, but I didn't sell it to him because I want it. Okay, number 60 is the Sick Power issue. So it's got Guess Who's Coming to Dinner, a poster, political stuff again. This is getting near the end of the Crestwood run on Sick, because Crestwood was dropping their whole magazine line, maybe, or at least dropping a Sick magazine. 61 is a Bob Taylor cover with Smokey the Bear and an Olympic runner. It includes a free police violence poster inside of it. There's a lot of protest stuff in this because protesting was big in the late 60s. 101 hippie jokes. And then we have a motorcycle gang again. So would you like some hippie jokes, chat? There's some on the back here. I can read a few to you. Said, why did the hippie take LSD while holding an umbrella? In case it rained on the trip. If 2 hippies are company and 3 is a crowd, what are 4 hippies? An orgy. How do you keep a hippie out of your town? You put up a sign, keep your city clean. What happens to the garbage from hippie pads? They serve it in hippie restaurants. What do you have when a bunch of hippies congregate together? Air pollution. So jokes like that. There's two Gratus. This is pretty weird.
So I thought if I added myself on the phone that possibly I could go get a cheeseburger, but I don't know if that'll work or not. Like we could keep the broadcast going. Well, I could be mobile. I don't know.
Well, I could keep showing magazines.
Yeah.
We're hearing two of you now.
Yeah, I know. I need to get rid of this one. Remove.
All right, this is the first issue published by their new company, and take a look.
Oh yeah, that's the one I was thinking of.
Tiny Tim, the beautiful people, because the hippies called themselves the beautiful people. This is issue number 63, November 68. That I wonder what Tiny Tim would think of that portrait.
Well, I'm sure some people have had him sign it before. I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, that's a Bruce Stark cover. He's not very a well-known artist, but he did some sick covers for a while. This is the next one, and it's a "Sock It to Me, Baby" cover. Because that was the phrase on Laugh-In that they used to say all the time.
Right.
I know you know that, but just in case the audience, doesn't know. Number 66. This is the New Year's 1969 issue. So it says, what are the New Year's resolutions for different celebrities? Well, John Wayne says, this year I'm hoping to take part in signing a major peace treaty with the Sioux, the Cheyenne, and the Apaches. Cassius Clay, Muhammad Ali, says, I'm going back to my original name, Whitey Ford. Rowan and Martin say, this year we're hiring Abe Fortas for There Went the Judge. I don't get that one because I don't know who Abe Fortas is. Do you, Rod?
What is the name again?
Abe Fortas.
No, I don't know.
Must have been a judge at the time. Sophia Lauren says, I'll donate all my used bras to the paratroopers and one to Twiggy to use as a dress.
Huh.
And that's her. And Twiggy says, this year I'll buy a brassiere, if only for show. Barbara Streisand says, I expect to win the Academy Award this year by a nose. Marlon Brando, I'm going to start mumbling again and get back into pictures. The Beatles guru, the Marashishi, I will see a good psychiatrist and straighten myself out. Sammy Davis, no more mixed marriages. I will wed a nice Jewish girl of my own faith. Because he converted to Judaism as well. Tiny Tim says, I'd like to join the Marines for anything they had in mind. See, the joke back then, they always made the joke that Tiny Tim was gay all the time in humor magazines because they thought the way he talked was very effeminate in that time in his career and his long hair and everything. But he wasn't actually gay. But, a lot of people thought he was. But,
Yeah.
69. This is welcoming in the new year. 69.
Wow.
That was a year when Gratu was 5 years old. He turned 5 that year.
Well, it's 4, I guess.
But you turned 5, though, right?
Well, I guess so. I was born in April of 65. Oh.
And, you get nice parodies in here. There are different artists now. Like Bill Robinson was doing parodies, like the Manics. There was a Monkees parody in that Tiny Tim one, the one with Tiny Tim on the cover, the first one. there's a really great Monkeys parody. It was really drawn really well. This is issue 66. It's a hobby issue again.
Right.
Then you get 67, April Fool's issue. So you got Spiro Agnew jokes.
Yeah.
Because Richard Nixon was the new president and Spiro Agnew was his VP. And then the 9th annual SICK has more beautiful people. You see Tiny Tim. Do you recognize the others, Gratu?
Well, let's see. You've got dogs attacking me. I guess she's hungry. You got Mia Farrow and man, his name's on the tip of my tongue on the left. He was in everything. Bonnie and Clyde, Star Trek.
Right.
I can't think of his name right now. And
Michael
then,
J. Pollard.
Right, of course. And then you got I guess that's Ringo.
Yeah.
And who is that on the right?
Joan Baez, I think.
Oh, it is Joan Baez. Yeah.
So they're making a joke, like they represent like the love generation at the time.
Okay.
And you could throw darts at them because it's a dartboard.
Okay. Wonder why Michael J. Pollard represents the love generation.
And in the middle of the magazine, they have a full poster of the cover, so you can actually put it up as a dartboard. But you throw flowers, it says, not darts.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. Okay, so that's one humongous pile of SICK magazines. I have 2 piles, right? So the second half, I have to get it out. So can you entertain while I'm working on that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because she is hungry. Let's see. What do I need to do here?
You could show a close-up of your dog while you're feeding it, maybe?
Yeah.
Did you know that there was a video about a month ago where you were walking your dog?
Yeah.
At the very end of the video, you had a close-up on its butt.
On his butt?
Yeah, and you could actually see the stuff coming out of it when it was going to the bathroom.
Yeah, yeah, I'm aware of that.
It really made me sick when I saw it. I was going to mention it to you in a comment, but I didn't know how to bring up the subject.
No, yeah.
I had trouble I still have the trouble getting the image out of my mind.
I just figured I don't know if that's ever been done on YouTube before, so I thought it would be a first.
They did that in a humor magazine. They did that in like one of the last issues of Apple Pie.
They did.
Yeah, when it was getting really sleazy at the end, yeah. Okay.
Oh.
We got one more pile left.
Okay.
It's only like we only have another 12 years left.
I wish you could show the closet if your camera reached far enough. Like how tall are the stacks of humor magazines?
There's a lot of them there. I don't know how to tell you how tall. Like some of them are pretty tall. Some are taller than others. That National Lampoon one is really, really tall.
Yeah, National Lampoon would be. Yeah.
Okay, here's the next one to move on. This is number 68. This is the spring cleaning issue. So they're throwing away all the people they consider to be trash. And so you see Alfred E. Newman, right? And the Beatles. And I think that's Michael J. Pollard again. And that guy, what's his name? I can't remember his name. I think that's Diana Ross, Charles de Gaulle, Tiny Tim, Phyllis Diller, and
Who's the guy next to Alfred Newman with the mustache?
You mean the black guy?
Yeah.
I was trying to think of his name. He's that comedian guy, Dick Gregory, I think.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Yeah, because he was an activist at the time. He was a comedian, but he was doing a lot of activist stuff, right? I believe. Charles Rodriguez he started working for Sick Magazine around this time. He's doing his stuff in Cracked and in National Lampoon. So there's some of his artwork there. Okay, moving on. Number 69. This is their Send This Magazine to Camp issue. Oh, this one's you might like to have this one. I don't know. What do you think of this cover?
Wow. I've never seen that cover.
So you know who they are, right?
Well, of course, yeah.
Yeah.
That's the best. I've never seen Yoko Ono look that good before.
Yeah.
It's a very flattering picture.
Yeah. It's a parody of the famous painting American Gothic, and instead it's the British Gothic. That's what they call it. And there you go. That should be a collectible issue, I would think, for Beatles fans, if they know about it.
Yeah, I've never seen that cover.
That's a pretty cool one. This is so weird. There's a parody of the movie Three in the Attic in this issue. Have you ever heard of that movie?
Uh-huh.
Three in the Attic?
I've heard of it, but I've never seen it.
Yes, it's a Spree in the Attic. It's funny because it's a movie. It's funny they would do something like this because it's a parody of a movie that's about a young guy who he's dating three girls in college at the same time. And there they are, right? And so to get revenge they find out that they're all dating him. So to get revenge on him, they decide they will lock him in an attic and have sex with him until he passes out. That's what the movie's about. I'm not making this up.
So this was an R-rated movie, I guess, or
it was an R-rated movie, and Yvette Mimieux starred in it. You remember Yvette Mimieux?
Yeah.
From the Time Machine and
sure.
Yeah, and it's amazing because I don't know. I guess Sick wasn't directed at kids, right?
Well, as I think during this era, I think it was more. I would assume it's geared at 13, 14, 15-year-olds.
Because they wouldn't know that movie. There's no way they could see that movie, right?
Well, let's see.
It's a restricted movie. I mean,
well, what year are we in right now?
1968.
Okay.
These magazines are great, by the way, chat. These are great magazines. They're fun to read. They're great.
Hey Siri, what rating was given to Three on an Attic? That's probably before ratings.
Three in the Attic.
Three in the Attic.
Okay. I found this on the web for what rating was given to Three.
Oh, shit. Well, let me look it up. Because I know Midnight Cowboy actually had an X rating because it was more extreme, which is now equivalent to an R rating. X rating.
That whole movie's about sex, so.
Yeah. Three in the Attic. Man, and that was 68.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but it's a matter of whether it really depicts. I don't know. Let's take a look. There it is. 3 in the Attic. 68. Music by Chad and Jeremy. Oh, Davy Allen and the Euros too. I love Davy Allen.
I've seen
it has Christopher Jones as the star.
Yeah,
he was in Wild in the Streets.
Right. They're trying to sex him to death.
Yeah.
Sex him.
Let's take a look at what this, because this is a movie that I've never really been that familiar with. Let's see. Let's see. Response. Released to mixed reviews. Roger Ebert gave the film 2 stars, claiming the film was unable to live up to its promising concept. Variety gave the movie a very poor review.
Yes, it's not that great.
Yeah.
I saw it when I was a teenager. Because I was a big fan of Yvette.
Yeah. Oh, it was an AIP movie. It was AIP's highest grossing film to that point. Oh, well. Yeah, they were trying to make Jones a star. It didn't work.
Yeah. Next one is the Big Fat Annual Sick. So it's got some heavy people on the cover.
Yeah.
Mama Cass, Jackie Gleason, Dan Blocker, Alfred Hitchcock, Jackie Gleason. Who's that other one? Is that Kate Smith? I think it's supposed to be Kate Smith. And it features a poster. Look at this poster.
Oh, wow.
That's the centerfold.
It's done on slick paper?
Yep. Slick paper says, "Do you know where your children are tonight?"
Then what does it say at the bottom?
Join them and have a ball.
Oh.
Pretty neat, huh?
Yeah, that's meant to be put up on a dorm room wall.
Absolutely. 71. Welcome back to school. Was it like this when you were teaching?
So 71, we're out at what issue did Joe Simon leave?
I'll tell you when I get to it.
Oh, he's still working.
Oh, this is number 71.
Oh, I thought we were in 1971.
No, this is 69.
Okay.
But was it like that when you were teaching?
No, well, not exactly. So that was sold for 15 cents at some point.
Revolting. The back of it is a flip, so it's Revolting Students magazine, and it's a whole parody of like students protesting and
Yeah,
lots of protest humor, lots and lots of that. This one here is number 72. This was the last issue of the 60s, and they reprinted a lot of their early stuff in this issue.
Oh.
And it featured the poster, I think, is gone. Yeah, it's gone from my issue. But this skull thing was the poster inside of it. And it's like a druggie doing drugs, and he's looking in a mirror, but it's like a skull. So it's a dark message to drug users,
Yeah.
This one, I remember this issue was $25 as well. Do you know what SDS stands for?
Remind me.
I think it says here Students for a Destroyed Society, but I think that's a joke though. It's some sort of leftist society from back then, right?
I don't know. Hey Siri, what does SDS stand for? She didn't even hear me. Hey Siri, what does SDS stand for?
SDS means Students for a Democratic Society. a left-leaning organization of us college students that formed in 1960. It was active in the civil rights movement, but is best remembered for its resistance to the Vietnam War.
All right.
There you go. So that's why they have it Students for a Destroyed Society, because it's a left-leaning society.
Yeah, this is better than any history textbook.
Yeah.
Learning about the time period.
This issue has a parody of Woodstock in it.
Oh, good.
The Woodstock Waltz Festival. So it's a Woodstock as if it was for old folks.
Mm-hmm.
And it's pretty funny. They have a whole, they talk about what it was like and everything. So it is a parody of Woodstock. So that's the first issue of the 70s. It's 1970. This issue has a parody of Sleazy Rider in it.
Oh.
Easy Rider. And the big mills of the time are Spiro Agnew. Are you a fan of Easy Rider?
Yeah, I enjoy the movie.
You might like the parody, Sleazy Rider.
Yeah.
It's very well drawn. Bill Robinson art.
Yeah.
Very nice.
That looks like looks just like a Mad parody.
I actually like his style better than Mort Drucker, I think. Is somebody going to beat me up for saying that, probably?
I seriously doubt it.
But Mort Drucker is a great artist, but I don't know why, but for some reason his art never appealed to me as much as some other people. Like, maybe this is a little more cartoony, but it's still realistic, and I like that about it. It is Druckerish, though, but it's a little different, though. I don't know. I really like this artwork.
Yeah.
You know? So, yeah, there's a lot of neat stuff in there. So it's still a good magazine. Still, this is the 10th anniversary issue.
Cool.
10 sickening years. So I know this has the Addams Family in it. So let me find it for you. It's also got a Get Smart parody called Get Dumb.
Okay.
And let's see here.
Is that the one you showed earlier?
No, it's a different one. Here it is. It's not. Oh, you know why you couldn't find it? Because they didn't call it the Addams Family. It says Sick Visits a Monster Family.
Oh, I see.
But it's the Addams Family. You see them?
Yeah.
You recognize them. There they are.
Yeah.
John Aston and Carolyn Jones. Is that her name?
Right.
And you see, it goes on. It's got really nice Angelo Torres artwork.
Yeah.
So you want to seek this out, right?
Oh yeah, definitely. I would love to.
And here's the last page. So it's a full parody of the Addams Family. But it's called Sick Visits a Monster Family. Okay. Sick has a better idea. That's a parody of Ford's slogan at the time, which was Ford has a better idea.
Yeah.
Tiny Tim lookalike contest. The winner gets free plastic surgery.
Mm-hmm.
And there's an issue. Yeah, here it is. They show what other celebrities would look like if they look like Tiny Tim. So there's Richard Nixon as Tiny Tim. See?
Yeah. Oh, okay. They lengthen the nose too.
Yeah. And there's Lyndon Johnson. There's Richard Burton.
Wow.
Oh, there's Richard Burton and Elizabeth Taylor. So that's pretty funny. That's pretty funny stuff. So you all right, Gratu? You're doing good?
Yeah.
Okay.
Who are the posters on the closet door of?
Oh, these ones here?
Yeah.
Well, you can't see the whole thing, but this This is somebody I met, actually.
Oh, okay. It's someone you know. It's not.
No, well, it's a famous actress. It's Jennifer Love Hewitt.
Oh, okay.
Let me see if I can. Almost. There you go. See?
Oh, okay. All right. Who's in the back there? Is that
Back here?
no the black and white poster?
This is hard to nap. Right there.
Yeah.
That's Willie and Floyd. That's the Canadian kid show I was telling you about.
Right.
Yeah, I got that poster from Bill Luxton's son, who played Uncle Willie. He's the guy with the hat on there.
And you say there's episodes on YouTube of them?
There's some clips of them on YouTube. It's like some of the only footage that exists anymore of the show.
Oh.
But I've got 35 episodes on VHS, and I'm the only person that has some of those full episodes anymore because it's a lost show. But it's really good. Mm-hmm.
How did you come to be the only person with those cassettes?
By the way, before I tell you, that's John Candy back there.
Oh yeah.
Delirious, and that's the singer Tiffany there.
Right.
And up here, there's a bunch of Coca-Cola ads.
Oh yeah.
Old Coca-Cola ads from the 40s and 50s.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like what you did in your room, except yours was all like naked women. Right?
Yeah.
You know, the pinups from
right.
That's great. I'm saying, and
that
down.
So how did you wind up being the sole person with all these Willie and Floyd tapes?
Well, what happened, Gratu, is the network threw out a lot of the tapes that made the show, and then they regretted it, and for years after they said they were so stupid of them to do it. And then there was the remaining shows were destroyed in a fire, unfortunately. And Les Lye, the guy that starred as Floyd in the show, he was the other guy there. He tried to get the shows, but they told him they're all gone, you know. So the only shows that exist out there are the ones that I taped off of off the TV when I was a kid.
Oh.
I saved 35 episodes. And apparently Bill Luxton's son and, you know, the family members, they've all looked for episodes and nobody has them, except Les Lye had some clips that he taped, and so did Bill Luxton. And so they digitized them and they put the remaining clips up on YouTube. And that's all there is. And they said that's all there is that exists anymore of Willie and Floyd. So I have the other tapes. And there was a guest on one of the shows. They had guests on some of them. They had a magician that did his act like when he was really young. He was on the show, and he's still a magician now. And I contacted him on Facebook. I found him on Facebook, and I said, hey, I just watched you on Willie and Floyd, you know, in 1976. These shows are all from the 76 and 77, the ones that I've got. And he contacted me back, and he said, how did you get a copy of that? He said, my entire life I've been looking for that episode of Willie and Floyd, and nobody has a copy of it. He says, I have to have it. I have to see that, you know? So he knew somebody that lives in my city who's a magician as well. And he came over to my house and picked it up for me, and he made a copy of it, and then he gave it back to me, and he sent it to the magician guy. So I'd like to digitize my tapes, but I don't have equipment to do it, you know?
Well, I mean, I could convert VHS to disc, but who knows what it costs to ship from Canada.
I'm worried about the tapes getting damaged as well in
right.
the mail, you know?
Well, there are ways that you can hook a VHS. You still have, is it VHS or Beta?
VHS.
That's those are early times to be having a VHS player. You guys must have paid $1,000 or more for that.
I taped them off of reruns in the early 90s when they're on YTV.
Oh, okay. I was thinking you were recording in 76, 77.
Yeah.
Well, you couldn't have. You were born in 78.
Right, right.
Okay, so all right. So there's I don't know, but I know there's a way people play VHS into and it goes into their computer and then they save it.
No, there is, yeah. I just don't want to pay for the equipment. I'm too cheap. But let me tell you something, though. If you look on, you should look this up because Bill Luxon's son has a channel. Look up like Best of Willie and Floyd, and there's a full episode there, which is the last talent agency episode they ever made. Those were the best episodes. Later on, they were in a hotel, and it was more like just like a sitcom. It wasn't as good in my opinion. And he's got a lot of those episodes up there, but the talent agency ones are the good ones in my opinion. So look for Best of Willie and Floyd, and it has all these clips from episodes that don't even exist anymore and episodes that I have as well. And you'll see like a good sampling of the sketches and the songs they used to do. And it's so incredible. It's such a magical show to me.
Okay, so it's these.
Yeah, that's Willie and Floyd. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'd never heard of them, but
So yeah, there's a whole half-hour Best of Willie and Floyd show from 1979, a clip show, flashback show, which you should check that out, and you'll see them do Spike Jones and George Formby and
the local guy in Fort Worth, and this is before I lived in this area that ran 3 stages and all that, was named Icky Twerp, and I've got some footage of him, but there's stuff on YouTube. There's footage. There was a show called Slam Bang Theater, and
I forgot to ask you that. Do you know who Jennifer Love Hewitt is?
Yeah, she was in what was the TV show?
Party of Five first,
and
then she was on Ghost Whisperer, and then The Client List.
Oh, I mean, I thought she was in. Maybe I'm getting her mixed up with.
Have you?
I don't know. I've never watched any of them, but I have.
Have you seen I Know What You Did Last Summer? She starred in that movie.
No, but
she starred in a lot of movies too.
Yeah, I'm aware of her. I know what she looks like and everything. I know she was popular in the maybe late 90s, early 2000s.
Yeah, she's the same age as I am, pretty much. She's 1 year younger than I am. I met her in Toronto when she was filming The Tuxedo with Jackie Chan. And I talked to her, and I have pictures with her, which maybe I could show you sometime. I have them on my computer. I could actually send you on Facebook something. But yeah, I have pictures with her. And she gave me a hug and everything. She's very nice. Very nice person.
Cool.
So here's the next one. 76. The hippies are making a nest. I mean, the birds are making a nest.
Oh.
Hippies' hair. 77. Well, look at this. The disunited states of America.
Yeah.
Because all the protests going on there. And that could be today, right?
I was just going to say, they should bring this magazine back like they did cartoons and just use this original art.
Yeah. Yeah, there's the, look at this. This hippie guy has got get out of the UN, get out of Vietnam, get out of Korea. And his mom has get out of bed.
Huh.
78. Now it's got Abby Hoffman's Charm School. You remember Abby Hoffman?
Sure.
And 79 is the bad breath issue. So, people polluting the air with their speeches.
Yeah.
That's what that's about, 79. So this is the last issue that Joe Simon was the editor of.
Okay.
79. That's the last one. Although he is listed, I believe, as the editor on the next issue. But if you read it, yeah, he's still listed as the editor on issue 80. But if you read it, you could tell that he left. And it's the new improved sick. which actually means that it's not as good. So this is, you asked me earlier, you said, does the quality drop off right away? And it pretty much does. Because Paul Lycan took it over right away. And it's just like Crazy Magazine was in the late 70s. Well, there's a few good moments. Like there's a profile on Rodney Dangerfield with a Joe Simon drawing of him. It's very well done.
Did all the artists pretty much leave with Joe Simon?
Well, strangely enough, Joe Simon stayed around.
Oh.
And he still did the covers. Eventually, he started doing all the covers, and they're really nice covers. But the other artists, most of them left. Some of them stayed around for a little while, but they were soon replaced by, artists that weren't as good, in my opinion.
Yeah.
And then Paul Lycan was writing most of the magazines, so he's writing the same jokes all the time. They get really corny. The New Groovy Sick, 1971. So I'm going to go faster through these. Well, I'm just going to show you the covers.
Okay.
Because these ones aren't as good. There's moments. They have moments, but they're not as good as the early ones. Kids Lib issue, 82. Sick Annual, the pig with Huckleberry Fink in his mouth instead of an apple. And I gotta the next pile. Yeah, I've been told that this issue is one of the hardest ones to find. This is a good cover.
Oh, wow.
It's a psychedelic cover. I think it's a Jack Sparling cover. Yeah, Jack Sparling was always good, but he left after a while. He worked with Paul Lycan for a while, then he left. But he comes back later on, and he becomes the editor near the end. But these people here, I don't know if you can tell who they are. The only reason I know is because it tells you on the cover who they are. So that's supposed to be David Cassidy, the guy in the middle there. Over here. Oh, no, here. Right there. That's supposed to be David Cassidy. And this guy over here is supposed to be Bob Dylan. And the guy over here, this guy is Bobby Sherman. And it's kind of weird they have David Cassidy and Bobby Sherman as these groovy psychedelic musicians,
Yeah, but they sell magazines.
Yeah, Mick Jagger. That's supposed to be Mick Jagger. It looks like Spock. Right? And John Lennon. That's John Lennon, that one over there. So they're pretty. It's a neat cover, but it doesn't really look as much like them. Oh, they have like this is the Adolf Hitler song,
Graphic Man's visiting.
Mr. Graphic Man. How are you?
Hey.
He's at work because his mouth doesn't match his words, so he must be at work.
Yes.
Well, when are you heading to your other job?
I already did, and I'm back.
Oh, you did? Oh, it was just like during your lunch hour or something?
Yeah.
He's on his lunch hour, he said?
Did you get anything? Did you find anything cool?
Some nice kid Colt and another oldie I'll show you sometime. I left it out in the car.
Oh, wow.
There's Lyndon Johnson was famous for hitting a golf ball off his head around his tongue. So this was a parody of that.
That's Spiro Agnew, though.
Yeah, sorry, Spiro Agnew. That's what I meant. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
Spiro Agnew was famous for hitting a golf ball to somebody's head at that time. I forget who it was, though, who he hit the ball off.
That's better than Dick Cheney with the shotgun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's 85. I like this cover. This is an analyst guy with trying to analyze all these celebrities that have problems. So, you know, Tiny Tim and Jane Fonda, Yoko Ono, Betty Friedan, John Lennon, Spiro Agnew, and Abby Hoffman.
Right. Yeah, they pretty much embraced the counterculture humor, and like with every issue.
Yeah. This was a nostalgia issue, so they made it look like a Saturday Evening Post, but the Saturday Evening Sick.
Isn't that a ripoff of the cover of Panic, though?
Yeah, they did the same thing on Panic. You're absolutely correct.
Wasn't it a caveman or something?
Yeah, it was a caveman. You're absolutely correct about that. Absolutely correct. And this was the a spoof on the Pentagon Papers, I think it was, or something like that at the time.
Yeah.
The Secret Sick Papers. Oh, you'll like this one.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. So that's the Cracked did a version where you could turn it upside down, and then Mad did one like that, but it had a blue background with a bunch of smiley faces, and I guess one was Alfred Newman's
Right.
face. Which one was first? I wonder.
I don't know. That's a good question.
Yeah.
1972, those smiley buttons were huge, right?
Yeah, well, the Mad one and the Cracked one, I both got both of those as a little kid, and it seems like it was within the same month that those were out.
Yeah. There's a sports cover, number 90.
Yeah.
I was going to say they started doing nude centerfolds in the magazine. So this one had a nude centerfold of Dan Blocker.
Yeah, this is about the era. This is what I remember it looking like kind of when I started seeing it. But the first one I think I got, it was he was in a shopping cart, and
yeah.
I remember it had a the dog's chewing on the power cable for the phone. It had it did have a nude thing, but I think it was Henry Kissinger or something.
We'll get to that. That's coming up soon. This is number 91. It's got an Archie Bunker cover.
So we're in 72 now?
Yeah. 72. And the nude is Howard Hughes.
Oh my gosh. That's horrible.
Let's see what nudes we missed, because they're pretty crazy to show these things. No, I think we're getting all of them here. I think the chat would like to see all the nudes. Here's Santa Claus nude. Chat would like that, right? You like that one, Gratu?
I've never seen anything like that. My gosh, what? I can't believe they published that.
So that's Santa Claus nude. I got to show all of these. These are good. Okay, next one. Number 92. Oh, by the way, at this point, there was a gap here. The last issue, 91, was that Archie Bunker was July 1972, and number 92 was December 1972. So that means August, September, October, November, December. There were 5 months between the next issue of 6. So I wonder if they were going to go out of business at this time.
Yeah, that sounds like financial trouble.
Yeah. These are hard to find issues. They probably had bad distribution too.
Yeah, they were very hard to find. Very few places carried Sick.
So here's Archie Bunker nude.
Ugh.
Whose idea do you think that was? Just,
I don't know.
Here, you might like this cover.
Yeah, that looks real familiar. Like, I almost wonder if I have that.
I wonder if you do as well.
I don't think I do. I think maybe I've just seen pictures of it.
You might have seen these when they were out,
Could be.
There's 93. Oh, this is Woody Allen nude. You see what they did there? They used the Burt Reynolds centerfold from Cosmopolitan, and they just put Woody Allen's face over Burt Reynolds. Now, how could they? I don't know how they would be able to actually use the actual picture of Burt Reynolds. You think they'd have to get permission to do that? I don't know. The next one is 94. I think we lost Gratu. But this is The Godfather. So Godfather was big news. So Joe Simon's doing the covers again now, by the way. And I don't know if you guys remember a comedian called Toady Fields, who used to be on TV a lot back then. But this is a nude of her. You see? That's a Toady Fields. I wonder what Gratu would be saying if he was here. This is number 95. It's got a spoof of the movie 1776, which was a musical based on the founding of the U.S. And it's got a Henry Kissinger. This now you were talking about this, Gratu, but you didn't have this issue though. I don't think you have this issue, do you? It's got a nude Henry Kissinger in it. You'll have to tell us when you get back if you have number 95. Number 96, with a satire on Kung Fu. And they have a whole section where they make fun of Kung Fu movies. The Kung Fu movies were really big at that time. This is the 14th annual SICK. This is weird because as the bonus in this issue, it actually reprints an entire novel. Like, I'm serious. Like, it's a novel you could have bought. It's a humor novel, but you could have bought it separately. And somehow they got their rights. They actually printed the entire novel in this issue. That's so weird, right? It's called Jonathan Seagull Chicken, which was a parody of Jonathan Livingston Seagull. And it says here 16 hilarious pages in color, but there are no pages in color in this. No color at all. So I think the color was just supposed to be spot color, like yellow or something, but they didn't even do that. So false advertising on the cover. This one has a calendar for 1974. This is the one, Gratu has this issue. I've seen him show this in a video. So the great Gratu Orloff has this issue, 1974. And it says, "Sick beats the high cost of meat." And it has a nude Charlie Brown. As the centerfold. This is number 98. Features a section about Mason Reese, which was a popular kid in commercials of the time. They called him the Borgesmord Kid because he pronounced the word smorgasbord in a strange way. But he was briefly really popular. Oh, and here it is. This is the nude center. It's Gerald Ford. Now, number 99 is a parody of The Exorcist. Like, the covers are pretty good, you know. They're better than some of the stuff inside the magazines at this point. This is the 100th issue of Sick Magazine. Issue 100. And I'll tell you, ladies and gentlemen, that I was so sad that they didn't do anything special for the 100th issue. It's just a regular issue of Sick. They don't even mention it's the 100th issue anywhere in the magazine, unfortunately. October 1974 is the cover date. I wonder if Groucho went to get some food or something. Maybe he's gone to a fast food place. Okay, 101. I think the back cover is better than the front cover on this one. They should have used this as the front cover. It's a Three Musketeers parody because there was a movie about the Three Musketeers at that time. I think Raquel Welch was in it. Sick 102. This is the Day of the Dolphin. I think that movie starred George C. Scott, and he talked to dolphins in it. Okay. All right. Getting out the next pile, ladies and gentlemen. Here's another one that Groucho Orloff would really like. It's got monsters on it. This is the 15th Monster Annual, 1975. And the back cover has a really gruesome monster as well. Okay, issue 103 with the Evil Knievel parody, calling him Evil Bull Weevil. 104, Muhammad Ali parody. 105, Towering Inferno. All the magazines did Towering Inferno covers too. Mad did one and Crack did one. 106 is a Sonny and Cher parody. Hucky and Cher. Got Mary Tyler Moore Show in it as well. So they call the Mary Tyler Moore Show. And this is the Sick Yearbook. Paul Revere cover. And 107 with a Jaws cover. Of course, all the magazines made fun of Jaws as well. That was a big movie. 108. This was the last issue published by Pyramid Publications, who were publishing Sick at the time. And that's a Pink Panther parody in this issue. And Policewoman. So this is the last cover by Joe Simon as well. After this, he really didn't have anything to do with the magazine. So we're going into the last phase of Sick Magazine. But I'm just going to check YouTube to make sure I'm still live. We're going into the last phase of Sick Magazine. But I'm just going to check YouTube to make sure I'm still live. Oh, I'm reading the chat here. I don't know if you're hearing an echo out there, but oh, I'm reading the chat here. So Graphic Man said briefly encapsulate what I missed in the last 2.5 hours. So I'm sorry I didn't see that earlier, Graphic Man. So Graphic Man said briefly encapsulate what I missed in the last 2.5 hours. So I'm sorry I didn't see that earlier. Sorry, I got to turn that off because I just realized you're getting a horrible echo. I'm so sorry about that, viewers. I apologize profusely for that. I should have muted the video on YouTube. Oh my God, that was awful. I'm so sorry. I think the sound is gone now. I think we're safe. Yeah, okay. So I apologize. I hope I didn't lose everybody there. Okay, Meyer Greenblatt says, you're doing great, Tom. Thank you so much, Meyer Greenblatt. Graphic Man, if you're still there, I'm sorry I didn't see your comment earlier. Zombo Orlov, I feel like Sick is publishing long-time subscribers at this point. I don't know what you're referring to because I don't know what I was showing at that point, but it sounds funny. Sick truly lived up to its name. Christopher Schneider, I've never seen you before. And again, thanks, Meyer Greenblatt. Okay, well, I'm going to keep going. I assume that people can still hear me. Oh, Gratu. Can you hear me, Gratu? Yeah. Well, Gratu's here. He's back. I'm hearing a weird echo, though, on Gratu's side here.
Oh, I was trying to watch it on my phone. I'm not even seeing it. There I am. I was trying to watch it on my phone, but yeah, my computer shut off. It's cool that you can start a show and then you could turn your computer off and then it can completely go on independently of you. It's like,
well,
so once it's started, it's kind of hard.
No, go ahead.
And it shut the computer down completely, and it took me a long time to get it rebooted. But it looks like Graphic Man's still on.
He's what? Sorry?
He's still there. He's still watching. He's still on in the and let's see, Meyer Greenblatt. Let's see.
Graphic Man, he is there. Yeah. Tom will carry on.
I'm trying to figure out. I'm trying to punch buttons, but it's not doing what I said.
So we're up to the last segment now. We're up to the Carlton. This is when Carlton comment. Is it Charlton or Carlton? Because I always thought it was Charlton. Does anyone know?
I always pronounced it Charlton.
Yeah. Okay. You because I heard Graphic Man. I think Graphic Man said Carlton in that stream, so I thought maybe I was pronouncing it wrong. But I guess I'll say Charlton.
Well, it's one of those things. When we say things, we pronounce names of artists as kids, and then later we never hear them pronounced. How do we really know how it's pronounced? So it could be Carlton or Charlton. I've always said Charlton.
Because I say Joe Manley. Yeah. Like you said Joe Manley or something. I said Joe Manley. Charlton. Charlton. I heard somebody say Carlton. Oh, you just mispronounced it. Okay. Yeah, I thought it was Charlton because of the H, But I pronounce things wrong a lot, So anyway.
Yeah, that's okay. But I don't think I saw a cover that I have. Can you still hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
It's my screen. It's doing something weird. It may have been when my computer was shut off. I didn't see the one with the red cover, the Exorcist issue.
You didn't see it? I showed it.
Okay, I believe you. I just I didn't see it.
No, I did show it.
All right. So yeah, that was the era where I had several of them, and there was some store near me that carried Sick, but then after that, I don't think I saw any Six until we moved to Washington State. I never saw it there, and then I guess I saw it a few times in the late '70s when I, in Texas, in Arlington. But it was a hard magazine to find.
So we're up to the Charlton issues now. So I love the Charlton issues. I may be in the minority here, but I love these issues because they're so cheap and so cheesy and they're so weird that I just love it. I love it tremendously. They're so low budget. So this is the first Charlton issue, and this is what they had Huckleberry Fink look like when they first took over the magazine. So he doesn't look like Alfred E. Newman now. Now he looks like he's a baby. He's a bald dude, right? He's a bald guy.
Okay.
This is 1976, and he's got a UPC symbol on him because this is, I think, the first issue with a UPC symbol. So the baby's like being born with a UPC symbol. Now, the first editor at Charlton was a guy named Frank Roberge, who I think was involved maybe with newspaper comic strips or something like that. I don't know. But anyway, the artwork here, 3 Days of the Con Job, which is 3 Days of the Condor. The art's not bad. This artist is Jerry Grandinelli, who did a lot of humor magazine stuff at the time.
What looks kind of weird is the way the title of the story, the way the lettering is it looks a little wonky with the space between the words. I don't know if that's they're doing that because that was what the poster of the movie looked like, or if they're just don't have good art design in the magazine.
It's probably because of Charlton. They're very...
Is the cover slick, or is it kind of rough feeling?
It's rough. It feels like an old cereal box or something.
Right. That's how, Space 1999 and the $6 Million Man magazines that they put out were like.
And the pages are like, they're kind of smudgy. There's like smudge prints on them sometimes. And,
Yeah.
Wait till you see, there's a few issues that are really printed bad. And look, there's all this blank space at the top.
Yeah.
See?
That's what I was saying. It's just bad, poorly, the art design is bad.
Yeah, Blarney Miller, you see? It's got all the blank space.
Weird.
Yeah, I love the weirdness. I'm a weird guy, and I like weird things,
Then there was a magazine kind of like that called Trash around that same time.
Well, we'll do Trash in another stream.
Okay.
All right. We'll do every humor magazine ever. If you want, I mean.
Sure, yeah.
This is at 110. And there he's got a mustache. He's bald there, but he's got a mustache here for some reason. And Welcome Back Knothead is in this issue.
Okay.
Oh, this is funny. Okay. This is funny. Now, the printing's so bad. Okay, so a sick look at trout fishing, right? So sometimes when they print a few of these center spreads, I don't think this is one of them, but they forgot to print part of the jokes. So sometimes you'd only get the punchline, or you'd only get the first half of the joke, but you wouldn't get the punchline because they just forget to print some of the bubbles. Can you believe that?
Wow.
That happened in at least one issue. So yeah, they were some bad design here. Frank Roberge was the editor. I don't know if he had anything to do with the design though. Now, what do you think of this? What's your reaction to this cover?
It looks like Alfred E. Newman and Sylvester P. Smith had a child.
You think so?
Well, it looks a little bit like the Yellow Kid.
Yeah.
It's kind of a disturbing image.
Yeah. This is, so what happened is, you remember, so on the first two Charlton issues, they had him as a baby, right? And then he's like a guy with a mustache here, a bald guy mustache. And then he's like this, so it's like he's aging or something on each cover.
Yeah.
It's very strange. It's
Yeah.
a very ugly looking cover, in my opinion. I don't know. It's weird.
Yeah, it's not a real attractive cover.
Right on. So that's the last issue that Frank Roberge edited. Then they got a new editor, and the new editor is a fellow named Jim Simon. And Jim Simon is Joe Simon's son.
Oh.
And
so that may be the father of the guy that runs Simon Comics on YouTube, huh?
It could be, I don't know. But he's got 2 daughters too, Joe Simon.
Okay.
Now, this is a King Kong cover. As you know, they all did King Kong stuff at this time, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Because everyone thought it was going to be a big hit.
Right. Now, I've heard someone say that these are the best of the Charlton issues, these Jim Simon issues, but I feel they're the worst ones, in my opinion. They're really printed like, oh man. The writing is really bad, and the paper is really like crummy. It's like newsprint. You'd have to see it, but I mean, look at this. Like they have a photo here, but you can barely see it.
Yeah.
CB sickness. There's a lot of stuff about CB radios.
Yeah.
Because they were big at the time. It's just really corny stuff too. The writing, the jokes are just corny. As there's King Kong again.
Yeah.
So they have King Kong jokes. All the presidents. Oh, and they have this terrible parody of the Bad News Bears. It's not funny at all. And then there's the next issue is this one, Buffalo Bill and the Indians. I guess Buffalo Bill was a movie.
That's a movie that no one remembers.
I don't even remember it.
Yeah, it could have been I don't remember who made that, but I think it might have been could have been Robert Altman. I don't know.
And then we have a Fonzie for President article.
Oh boy.
Which is the same thing that Crack had done a year earlier.
Yeah.
And there's a review of The Shootist, John Wayne's last movie.
Yeah.
There's the parody of the Buffalo Bill movie here. That looks to me, I think this is Kent Gamble artwork.
Very derivative of Mort Drucker.
Yeah, in fact, I'm looking at the signature here. I think it's John Reiner artwork, but he signed it so it even looks like Mort Drucker's signature.
Wow.
It's hilarious. At least it does to me anyway. By the way, you notice that Huckleberry Fink under the Jim Simon has turned into a kid now. He's a red-haired kid, see?
Yeah, he's pretty much back to the way he was in the early 70s.
Right, but only for a few issues. And here's the last Jim Simon issue. He only stayed for 3 issues, just like the previous editor. So they did a lot of Welcome Back Kotter stuff. I apologize if you hear the construction work outside.
That's okay.
They're making a lot of noise. There's a parody of the movie Gator in this issue. Do you remember that?
Oh yeah, the Burt Reynolds movie, yeah.
Yeah. Burt Reynolds. And they do all these movie still stuff like they always do, but it's reproduced so badly that it looks like it's reproduced in a newspaper of the time.
Yeah.
The stills, Yeah, it's pretty corny stuff, and there's a lot of smudges, like black smudges and stuff. Now the next editor is the one that I think this is where I like the magazine more. This is when Jack Sparling took over, the famous artist Jack Sparling, and he stayed with the magazine till it ended. And I like what he did with it. There was some fun stuff in these. So this is 115. So Jimmy Carter's the new president, and now that's Huckleberry Fink, but he looks different from now, sort of. Can Amy come out and play? That was his daughter, Amy Carter. You remember?
Yeah, yeah. He's got a skateboard. It looks like he's more hip now.
Yeah. Now, this is what they started doing. So Mary Hartburn, a parody of Mary Hartman, and now if you look at that, it's like typewriter letter balloons.
Oh.
Like a vintage typewriter from the 70s.
I seem to remember seeing that on the newsstand and thinking remembering how bad it was.
Yeah, I love it. And there's a lot of the parodies now, the TV parodies, they make them sexual, a lot of them. So it's all like just girls and guys chasing after each other, and there's lots of sex jokes and stuff. It seems like it's really weird, Like the parodies are strange. Let's Get Organized. This is a parody of Popeye the Sailor. Doing a union for cartoon characters, and it's actually really good. And it's well drawn. It's got cartoon characters in it, and this is actually pretty funny too. Welcome Back, Crutter. They kept doing that. Welcome Back, Cotter. They did it several times, but they made it dirtier, And then Charlie's Angels, they made that dirtier. Jack Sparling did the artwork for a lot of these parodies. He was the editor and he did the artwork, so he likes to draw sexy women. And then you have Dave Manick. Do you remember Dave Manick?
No.
He did a lot of Marvel Comics work later on. Like, the comic Elf?
Elf. I think so.
He drew all the issues of that.
Like a Christmas elf?
No, Elf, the alien life form, the TV
Oh, Elf. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, he did that comic. Now, this is a parody of Rocky, Schlocky, and he did a lot of the parodies now. He's an okay artist, but I like Sparling's art. Then they started doing like a whole bunch of TV parodies every issue. So like this issue is Starsky and Hutch, Mary Hartman, Charlie's Angels, Welcome Back, Cotter, and Rocky, which is a movie, of course. So for a while, they started concentrating on just doing mostly movie and TV parodies in the magazine. And Jack Sparling seemed to really dislike modern television. He's always talked about how violent it is, like in editorials and stuff. And so they like making fun of it in the magazine. So this is the last group. Okay. This is the last group here. So, what is this? 116. There we go. So this one you get parodies, full parodies of Beretta, Laverne and Shirley, Barney Miller, The Enforcer. The Enforcer? That's not the Clint Eastwood movie. There must have been another movie.
Well, I think that's a Dirty Harry movie, yeah.
It is, but that movie wasn't around then, wasn't it? This is 1977.
Dirty Harry was 72. Then there was Magnum Force. Then The Enforcer. The Enforcer was I don't really remember when The Enforcer came out.
Huh. I'm trying to find it in here. Okay, so you get Beretta. Oh, it is, and you're right. It is. It is a dirty. It's a Dirty Harry movie. There he is, Clint Eastwood.
Yeah.
I didn't think it was that old.
Yeah.
You're absolutely correct. So this is funny though. I actually think these are funny. You know, there's a few parodies of ads of the time.
Yeah.
I like these sick magazines. Oh, and Laverne and Shirley. They even made that dirty. Laverne and Shirley. This guy's like, you know, drooling over them.
Oh well.
They everything. Every TV parody they made like a sex parody. It's really weird. Well, a lot of them, not every one, but a lot of them. And they have these weird strips that look like they're like could be newspaper strips or something.
Yeah. Yeah, that doesn't look like it belongs.
No. Look, it's like it never fails. This is like something you see in a newspaper, you know?
Right.
It's very strange. Then they had some neat things about, you know, robots and stuff and McDonald's and pretty funny. Like that part's funny. Oh, and on the back, they started printing these portraits that you're supposed to hang up on your wall. And in every portrait, have the person in the painting would be coming outside of the portrait.
Yeah.
Something, yeah. So this guy's like seasick and he's, you know, getting water all outside the frame. And those are really neat, those portraits on the back. So now Huckleberry Finn turns into a Don Quixote character with a full armor and mask and a horse. And this is how he appears for quite a while now. And he's supposed to be fighting the blights of society at the time, like modern television. You know? So Bionic Woman, $6 Million Man. What does that say? Talk shows, the movie Network. Yeah. And, you know, the artwork's pretty good. Like Dave Manick's artwork's pretty good here. Okay. And then we get more of those things that don't belong. See, the back covers are beautiful.
Yeah.
Really nice. I think they're all by Jack Sparling. Then this is the December 77 issue. It features 27 pages on TV.
I have that issue somewhere.
Star Wars. Is that why you have it?
I got that back then.
Is it because it has a Star Wars parody?
I just think it was one I found, and it could have been. I don't know.
The Star Wars with Dave Manick art. You see?
Yeah.
So, and then there's another Popeye parody in that one. And another thing that I like here is they started doing something different with the TV parodies. Instead of doing just straight up parodies like Mad and Cracked, they started having framing devices. So they have wraparound segments where all these characters would be engaged in a discussion or some sort of plot line that involves the television parodies. And they work the television parodies into the wraparound narrative. Kind of like SCTV would do parodies. So that was really inventive, and I really liked that. I didn't see any other, you know, the other Hugh magazines didn't usually do stuff like that. This one has Fish, CPO Sharky, Rhoda, and MASH.
Yeah.
The movie The Deep.
Yeah.
Which they thought was going to be a big movie. Like, they thought the guy that starred in that was going to be the new heartthrob, right?
Well, yeah. Or what I remember is it was based on a Peter Benchley novel So they figured since he had written Jaws, this will be the next big hit. And
Yeah.
I don't think people really cared about it because it didn't have a killer shark in it.
Yeah. It certainly didn't live up to the expectations.
Yeah.
And then they have a mishmash parody, which is MASH. And they have like sexy stuff in that. 100. Oh, and they started doing these contents pages that were really neat because they used this really old illustration. I don't know where they got it, but
yeah.
And Jack Sparling did these one-pagers that were silent, and they were really creative and really well done. And he started doing them in Crazy Magazine after Sick folded. Here's where they introduced Ego Man. So this is issue 120, April 1978. So Ego Man is Stan Lee.
Oh yeah. Ego Man. Okay, Ego. All right. Yeah.
And you see him there, that's Stan Lee. And it's a really, they really rip him to shreds in this.
Is that the Star Wars issue?
No, this is 120. It's this one here.
Yeah, no, I don't have that one. Okay, that's cool.
So, yeah, somebody really had it out for Stan Lee. There he is without his hair. See, that's without his fake hair, see?
Right.
And they have him like the way he treats the bullpen, he treats them all like they're babies. And his superheroes, they got parody of his. Oh, he turns into like Ego Man. That's what it is. He turns into a superhero called Ego Man, who has a huge ego,
Yeah, that was when at that point he was living in Los Angeles and was running the TV adaptations of the stuff.
Like in this panel, he's whipping his editors that don't obey him. It's quite a parody. It's quite something to read, let me tell you. So whoever wrote it, let me see here. They credit the writers and artists. It says Arnold Drake was the writer. I don't know if he worked at Marvel at any point or what, or if that's a pseudonym. Maybe that's a pseudonym for somebody.
The name is very familiar. Let me look him up real quick.
Because I don't know who that is. Yeah, look him up. And there's Bill Burke art now in Sick Magazine, which I like his art. He's also in Crazy Magazine. He's got some nice art.
Okay, Arnold Drake, born March 1st, 1924, March 12th, 2007, an American comic book writer and screenwriter, best known for co-creating the DC Comics characters Deadman and the Doom Patrol. That's where I know him from, Doom Patrol, because I'm a big fan of the 60s Doom Patrol. That's why it was familiar to me, the name. And the Marvel Comics characters, the Guardians of the Galaxy, among others. So, let's see. Bibliography. So, this is, of course, that I didn't think of this guy's name in the context of Sick, but yeah, he did the Adventures of Bob Hope and the Adventures of Jerry Lewis comics that I love. Batman, Blackhawk, Challenges of the Unknown, Doom Patrol, The Fox and the Crow, Ghost. Yeah, all this stuff. The Many Loves of Dobie Gillis, Plastic Man, Plop. He worked one issue of Plop.
So he worked for DC.
Stanley and His Monster, mostly DC, but let's see, what did he do from? Oh, that's all DC. I'm on Wikipedia. Marvel, Captain Savage and his Leatherneck Raiders, Captain Marvel, issues 5 through 12 back in the late 60s. He created Guardians of the Galaxy. Oh, and of course, he wrote for Not Brand Ech, 11 through 13. Sergeant Fury, issue 58. And then X-Men, he wrote issues 47 through 54. So he was around Stan Lee enough to, it looks like he didn't do much work for Marvel, but he was used to doing humor mostly humor stuff for DC. It's like all the stuff that he wrote is kind of all the stuff that I've always liked. So,
well, he's one of the main writers for Sick magazine. I never knew that. Like his name is in almost. He writes a lot of the articles in like all these later issues of Sick.
the ones in the very tail end.
Yeah, yeah. From
Is
starting. Sorry?
Did he start right after the dirty old man left, or about the same time, or is he the guy?
After the dirty old man left?
Well, the dirty old man, that's like, obviously there's a guy writing that's turning parodies of every TV show into something real lascivious.
Let me see. Let me see here. He's good. I like his writing a lot. See, a lot of people, they just pass off these Sick magazines near the end, but I love his writing. No, he started right from 115. It looks like this one. So when Jack Sparling took over as the editor, that's when Arnold Drake.
Okay.
And Arnold Drake, no, he wrote them. He's the guy writing those sexy ones.
Okay. Well, that's all right.
So he does, in this one, like he does Star Wreck, and you know they're lusting after the women on the Enterprise.
Yeah, so he's right. It looks like a Tijuana Bible from here.
Look at that! Look at that!
What?
Lieutenant Orr's doing something with Spock there.
Yeah, it looks exactly like the old Tijuana Bibles comics.
Oh man, this is great.
What issue is that?
This is 120. It's this one again. It's the same one, the Eagle Man with the Stan Lee thing.
Yeah.
And it's got Three's Company, Carter County, The Bunker, Soap, and Star Trek.
Hold on, let me put you on full screen and then show that Star Trek again.
Okay. I gotta show you this is the Soap one. This is satire of the TV show Soap, you see?
Well, Soap was a dirty show, but it wasn't dirty that way.
Yeah. But this is Arnold Drake. This is what he did. In all the parodies, he'd have people start having sex in there. This is the Star Trek one.
Yeah. Well, he's a dirty old man for sure.
But I think it's funny.
Great stuff.
The writing is kind of funny, and Jack Sparling, you know, he draws very sexy ladies, so it works. Three's Company, you know, there's Three's Company, right?
Yeah, well, they're just taking it to the next level. The show was much all about that anyway.
Did they ever do this with Mr. Roper on the show?
I don't think so.
Oh man. Let me see. Oh, and now if you honestly you don't know what Cher DeFlower is? Are you serious?
What? Wait, what? Hold on. What are you? I've heard that.
Okay, you're gonna love this. Okay, this is also the issue 120. Okay, you got to get these issues. These are great issues. This is the issue where they introduced a new running feature in Sick magazine. So in most of the issues after this, Cher DeFlower appears. That's the name of the character, Cher DeFlower, right?
Let me see.
And what it is you see, it's a naked girl.
Okay, to have a. Okay, what's the front cover of that look like?
It's the same one.
Oh, okay.
So, but yeah, so they just had this girl that was completely naked, and that's it. Like it's a stories about this girl. You see?
You know, I seem to remember now looking at Sick about this time on the newsstand and thinking, like, whoa, what is this? I have vague memories now of how Sick changed this way.
Can you believe this? So it became a very sexy magazine, you know?
Yeah, they're definitely trying to sell magazines for sure.
But who is the audience? So who are they aiming it at? You know?
14. Well, that's a good question. Probably the same people that bought Eerie and Creepy and Vampirella.
Here's the next one.
Okay.
So 121, it has Cher DeFlower, that is, One Day at a Time, On Our Own, Alice, and it's got Eagle Man #2. So they kept the Stan Lee thing going. In fact, it's the first article. See, he's cracking the whip on the bullpen there. See that? He's looking over all the scared writers and artists there. So yeah, Arnold Drake headed out for Stan Lee, I think.
Well, that's cool.
And then he turns into Eagle Man and he gets involved with these kids in this weird adventure. This adventure of these kids looks like something you might see in a Jerry Lewis comic or something.
Yeah.
But instead it's a vicious parody of Stan Lee. And then you have the morose encounters of the third kind. Now that's a Dave Manick one, and Dave Manick wrote his own parodies, so he didn't put the sex stuff in his parodies. They're just straight like mad crack parodies. Joe Gill was also a writer for Sick. They did a really ambitious parody of Guys and Dolls in this issue, which is pretty funny. So Joe Gill now Joe Gill's doing the dirty stuff because this is One Day at a Time. See?
Okay, so it's coming then from the editor of this magazine. They're telling them to all do this.
Do you think Jack Sparling was behind it?
Yeah, I think so. Let me look him up. Wonder if he's got a Wikipedia page.
He's a famous guy. You'll know him when you look him up. And then we get Cher DeFlower again, which is beautifully drawn. And she never has any clothes on until a little later on. She starts putting clothes on. So I think people must have complained, maybe parents or something.
Yeah.
But you see that, brought you?
Yeah.
In her early appearances, she's just like that, you know.
Oh, he's a Canadian comics artist.
Oh, I didn't know he was Canadian.
From Winnipeg, Manitoba, born June 21st, 1916. A Canadian comics artist. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, he worked for Harvey and Charlton, $6 Million Man, Bionic Woman, Classics Illustrated. Let's see. Oh, Secret. Yeah, he did some of the DC comics like Secret Six, Eclipso, House of Secrets, Unknown Soldier, House of Mystery. Yeah, Witching Hour. Gold Key. He created the superhero Tiger Girl. He did comic book adaptations of Family Affair, Outer Limits, Adam 12. He did the Welcome Back Kotter comic book series for DC. For Charlton Comics Satire magazine Sick, he wrote and drew the Nudie Cutie feature Cher DeFlower.
There you go.
Yeah, he did a lot of stuff.
This is one of my favorite covers, brought to. Look at this one.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
That's a really great Halloween type cover.
Yeah.
It says, "Is Mars Polish? Read Plan X from Planet Nerd."
Weird.
So you got Boris Karloff there, I think, and just a bunch of monsters. Just a great cover.
What number is that?
This is 122.
And how far did they get to?
Oh, you'll find out.
Okay.
We're going to get there. This is August 1978.
Okay.
So
Another Ego Man.
What?
Another Ego Man story.
Another Ego Man, yeah. So, I mean, you got to think about that, right? every issue they had this thing making fun of Stan Lee, so somebody really wanted to get him, right?
Oh yes, definitely.
But I think this is the last Eagle Man. Maybe it's not actually. No, it's not. This isn't the last one. So there's more. So that's the third one. Oh, there's a nice parody of the poem "The Raven" in this issue, with some nice Bill Burke art. And there's Edgar Allan Poe there.
Cool.
And then, yeah, this Plan X from Planet Nerd is really neat. It's a combination of like parodies of different things. So you get Star Wars and all monster stuff, you see?
Oh, yeah.
So this is one you should seek out. 123. Policewoman. Now the writer is George Cashton. It's weird because the writing seems very similar in a lot of these. Now they have a parody of Wonder Woman, Blunder Woman.
Okay. Is it a parody of the comic book or the TV show?
This would be the TV show. The Goodbye Girl. And then they introduced in the Sheer to Flower feature, they introduced her sister.
Okay.
Her name's Ophelia, I think. And that's for guys that like women a little bigger, I think. So then they have her naked all the time too. And they have adventures where they don't wear any clothes, you know. And the back cover is a space cover. Pretty cool. But there it is again. So that's an interesting issue. Then next one is Jaws 2.
Okay.
124. 23, sorry. Oh, and that's another Eagle Man. See?
Yeah.
This is the fourth Eagle Man we've seen. So you get all sorts of things happening there. The Odd Couple. Another Share the Flower. They also have a really weird parody of a. They did this in a few issues. A parody of a National Enquirer, call it the National Enquieter. And it's really cheaply done, but I love it. I absolutely love this kind of thing.
Yeah.
See, it looks like a National Enquirer. It's a parody of it. It's neat.
Yeah, Mad did a great parody of the National Enquirer in the 60s when the National Enquirer was more of a gore rag.
Oh, I read that. I read that issue recently. That was hilarious, that parody.
I didn't realize as a kid how far the National Enquirer had gone back in the 60s. And, of course,
That's the back cover. That's
Cool.
Huckleberry Fink and his horse. Did I interrupt?
No, go ahead.
I thought I interrupted you there. You're talking about National Enquirer, though.
Oh, well, yeah, just, yeah, it was, I didn't realize it was a real bloody magazine at one point.
I didn't either, actually. So 124 features the death of Eagle Man.
Oh, no.
So I don't know if Stan Lee found out about it or they just decided they needed to end it. Because I guess this is the fifth one. And this one's really short. So it's like they just ended it off really quickly, which makes me think that somebody told them to stop, you know? Now, the Hardy Boys and Nancy Drew was a popular show at this time.
Yeah.
So they do a parody of that, and it's called the Hardley Boys and Nancy Pooh.
Oh boy.
Kind of a silly thing. But you know, it's neat. They got Groucho Marx in it. And the other Marx Brothers that look like there too. Yeah, they do. Fantasy Island. They started to do not as much of the sex parodies with the TV shows and just, you know, do parodies. But they're still weird and they're still neat. But they still have Sheer to Flower in it. The plot lines in these don't make a whole lot of sense. They're very bare bones plot lines, but of course the plot is not the point, right?
Yeah.
This is weird. This is Jimmy Carter as I don't know, who is that? Is that Charlemagne or something like that?
I don't know what. Wow.
Some sort of historic figure, anyway. Sick was pretty weird, obscure at this time. 125. There's a turkey eating Huckleberry Fink. Oh, and they started having these nice parodies, though, of paintings, too. Like the Blue Boy there. The letters pages are fun to read, too. Revenge of the Pink Panther. Another National Enquirer parody. Yeah, these are fun. I'm looking forward to reading these again. I look forward to reading almost all my magazines again. I read them a lot. Now this is one that I thought you might have, you know?
No, I don't think so.
Because it's got a Battlestar Galactica parody in it.
Yeah, it's just these were not. I never saw these usually. When I did, I remember that nudity they started putting in, but yeah, very rarely did I see these.
So you get Battlestar Galactica and paintings on the back. I love these paintings. They're really neat. That was the first 6 special with Charlton. How many humor magazines? I counted them once, but it was a long time ago. I had over 1,000 magazines when I counted them. And that's not counting Mad at all.
What is the percentage that are in comic book form versus magazines, would you say?
Well, they're all magazines. I don't have many comic book like those comic book satire thing. Well, I have some, but I don't have a lot though. So it's mostly magazines. I do have a lot of comic books, but my comic books are they're oddball comics, like humor comics. Well, some of them are satires, actually. Yeah, actually, I do have a lot of satire comics too. Now I think about it.
I was thinking of those ones in the 50s that.
Yeah, I don't have those.
And yeah, okay, because Mad actually did a parody once where like a full page. I think it was a subscription ad where they used the names of every one of the imitators, and it was like Whacked, and there was like Crazy Man Crazy, and just so many different ones. And
I don't have any of those, the comic book parodies, because those are expensive. Those are really hard to get, you know.
Oh, okay.
I remember there was Flip, there's Whack, you said, there's Crazy, there was Nuts, there was Get Lost, Insane was one of them, Bughouse and Madhouse.
Yeah, I have an issue with Madhouse.
The original not the Archie one.
No, I have the original one I bought back in the 70s. Yeah.
Nice. It's very nice. I'd like to have them, but they're really hard to get, you know. This is 127. It's a parody of all the movies with like disaster movies and everything going on.
Right.
So it's like a double cover, wraparound cover. Let's see. Now, at this point, Cher de Flower, they started putting some clothes on them, you see.
Oh.
So that's where I think somebody must have complained about it, said we have to stop doing that. Maybe the mail service said, oh, we're going to stop shipping out your magazine or whatever. Who knows, right?
Yeah.
You got Taxi. Oh, are you a fan of The Lord of the Rings?
Well, the books, yeah.
Because they got a parody. You remember the animated version in '78 or so?
Right.
They do a parody of that in this issue, see?
Yeah.
Which is pretty good. Yeah, I like these Sick magazines. I just love Sick magazine, you know? Oh, did you know that? Maybe I should have mentioned that earlier. I guess you could tell, right?
Yeah. Okay,
Here's,
that's when Superman came out.
yeah. So we're near the end now. This is 128, August 1979 issue. Schlepper Man, the movie. Lots of fun parodies in here. So you get a whole parody of Schlepper Man, of Superman here.
Huh.
Jack Sparling artwork. Really nice. And I love the the typewritten word balloons. I just love the cheapness of that, you know? It's great. Okay. I remember when I was a kid, I had a few Charlton issues, but none of them had Cher de Flower in them. And when I found out that this Cher de Flower existed, I was like, oh, I really want those issues with Cher de Flower, you know, when I was a kid, you know. But I couldn't find them. This is a neat cover. Now you get to see his face. There's a parody of what's that movie? The China Syndrome, is it called?
Right.
Yeah, that's in this issue. And that's 129. Bela Lugosi's Werewolf, Vampire, and Zombie Camp in this issue. It's pretty cool. Oh, and Idiot Amin's Teen Tyrants and Terrorist Camp. Johnny Carson's TV Talent Camp. What was that last comment brought to?
Meyer Greenblatt said only available at your finer liquor store and tobacconist. And I remember that the stores that I would see it at were kind of the more sleazy convenience stores that probably did have a lot of specialty and beer or liquor.
Yeah.
It was never sold in nice stores. They were all kind of run down.
Your place or mine, see?
You didn't find Sick at the drugstore, you know. You'd find Mad and Cracked there.
Yeah. Number 130, satire of the movie Alien and WKRP in Cincinnati.
I don't follow what is the cover exactly?
Well, okay, so Huckleberry Fink is oiling this machine that his horse is running on.
Oh.
And all these gears up here say things like big government, big oil, big taxes, etc. And the horse is keeping the gears going, and you and I, it says on the horse's ass, you see.
Oh.
So that's us running to keep up with these gears of big government and everything.
What that made me think of, I saw the white cover and I saw it looked like something coming through from the other side. And that reminded me, I've got a humor magazine, and you probably know what it is. Mm-hmm. I swear I do. That has an iron-on, like if you took the cover off, it had an iron-on design inside the front cover. So I don't know who would put paper under an iron, but you could, like, in theory, iron a message on or something under your shirt by putting an iron over the cover.
Yeah, Crack Magazine did that. They had a whole bunch of iron-ons.
Okay, that was Cracked because I
Yeah.
remember you could see the iron-on through the
Yeah,
cover.
absolutely. Yeah.
Could
They
that really work? Can you really have an iron-on paper?
It worked, yeah, because I got my mom to do it. She made me a "If you're cracked, you're happy" shirt when I was a kid.
They did that a bunch of times.
Oh, a whole bunch of times. They did a lot of iron-ons and their specials, and yeah, it's
Oh,
mostly their specials.
okay.
Yeah, that was a big thing that cracked. They liked putting iron-ons in the 70s and maybe the early 80s too.
How long did the iron-on stay on the shirt?
Oh, I don't remember. Probably after a few washings, they start fading. I think. I think that's what it was now, if I remember correctly. So this was one of the first ones I found. 131, 6 special Star Wars issue, but it's got like Flash Gordon and it's got Battlestar Galactica. And
that's pretty neat.
yeah.
Is there a Flash Gordon story in the magazine?
I think there is in one of them. There is a whole article starring all of the people. See.
Oh.
So they have them all together, interacting together in one parody.
Okay.
All these space people. So that's pretty cool. This was a reprint edition, but that article is new. That was the only new part.
Okay.
Yeah, and I got that when I was a kid, and I didn't understand Sick Magazine. I was like, what is this cheap-looking thing, you know?
Yeah.
I didn't like it when I was a kid, but now I love it.
Yeah.
This one here is about the 1980 election. So you get all the candidates on the cover here.
Right.
And I believe that this issue is the Sam Henderson. Have you heard of the cartoonist Sam Henderson?
I don't know.
He's sort of an underground kind of guy. He said to me that his first published work was in this issue because he wrote a letter in to the editor, and it's on the letters page here.
Oh.
So it's right here. I could see it right here. And I scanned that for him so he could see his letter because he wanted me to do that. This has got a parody of Apocalypse Now. And, I think Sick was getting even better now, you know. Oh, there's some good stuff in here. I'd show you, but it's just so much good stuff. You have to buy it, you know.
Yeah.
And 133 is a Star Wreck cover.
Yeah.
This would be like the movie Star Wreck, right?
Yeah. Star
Trek. Yeah, it's the movie. Back cover is pretty neat. See, there's a mouse down there.
Yeah.
This is the last, it's the last normal size regular issue of Sick. I've heard that these issues had very low distribution. So some people, if they have copies of this, they try to charge you a lot of money for them, you know?
Yeah.
This is the last. People usually say this is the last issue of Sick. It's a six special. It's 134, and it's fall 1980. It's got the Dance of the Tin Heads. So again, there's Star Wars stuff, right?
Yeah.
Some of it is new, and some of it is reprints. And it's considered the last issue of Sick, like I said. It's pretty neat.
Huh.
Do you have that issue?
No, I don't.
Very rare, I've heard. But there were 2 more issues of Sick. There was another Sick special, but it was called Sick Special Number 1. They started the numbering over for some reason.
Huh.
And this has a Buck Rogers parody in it.
Right.
Kramer versus Kramer, and The Jerk. It's kind of weird you have a parody of The Jerk, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's weird to do parodies of things that are like that. It's better, I think, to do parodies of movies that take themselves very seriously. It's like, how do you do a parody of something that's already a parody?
But I like it, though. I like it because it's so unusual to do that sort of thing, you know?
Yeah.
So half of this is reprints and half of it is new material. Like, obviously, they had material left over, so they were just, like, using it up in these specials, I would say.
Yeah.
Because it was canceled. And so this is the last issue of Sick right here. Number two, Sick special number 2, The Empire Strikes Oil. And again, it's partially reprints and partially new material, and it's got a wraparound cover, which wasn't printed very well on my copy, but it's just fascinating stuff. So now you've seen every issue of Sick. See, Sick was edgy. You got it, Meyer Greenblatt. He gets it. I like this guy. He gets it. He gets it.
Well, now that I see the whole history of the magazine, it really makes sense. And
yeah,
whether I could ever actually accumulate a complete run of that, I don't know if it's something I could ever do, but I would certainly like to try. I wish I could just find them in the wild, in a store.
Yeah, I rarely ever see them in stores anymore. Well, I never did. Like I said, I had to buy most of these online. There's a guy in Canada called Doug Sulipa, and he has a store called Doug's Comic World, and he sells stuff online, and he's got enormous inventory. He's got like practically everything that was ever printed, like Mile High Comics.
Right.
But he's not as well known, though. He's also a advisor for the Overstreet Price Guide. And I bought a lot of issues from him. Go ahead.
Is it expensive both ways to cross the border, or is it more expensive for you guys to get things shipped there than it is for us to get things shipped from Canada?
I think it's more expensive to ship things here. So if you look up his site, Doug's Comic World, it's a very antiquated site, but it works. And you have to message him, though, to order things. He doesn't have a system where you can just order stuff with a shopping cart or anything, you know? And so I've talked to him lots of times. He told me that he didn't think I'd be able to complete my Sick collection because it's so difficult to get a run of it. But I did it. I did it, Gratu.
Well, what do you
don't have the one you've got?
But you have all the other specials?
No, there's 2 other ones I'm missing too. The Sick Yearbook, Jack Davis cover from '67, I think it is, and 1972 annual. I'm missing that one as well.
And do you have the record?
I don't have the record either, no. But I have the paperback books.
Yeah, that was another thing. I thought they had done paperbacks.
I don't know if I have them over here or not. Let me see.
And I know that Crack did as well.
I think I put them back downstairs. Yeah. So I don't have them up here, but you'll have to trust me. I've got all the Sick paperbacks.
How many did they put out?
Well, there was the first one was Incurably Sick, 1962. And the next one was Encyclopedia in 1970. And then Good and Sick was about 73 or 74. And How Sick Can You Get was in 74, I think. And Sick of the Crop was in 1975. So that's all the paperbacks. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think that was 5 paperbacks, I think. I wanted to ask you something before we log off of this.
Okay.
because I'm curious. I have a whole stack. I'm not going to show all these obviously because we've just done all these magazines, but I'm curious if you've seen these magazines. I got a whole stack of these things.
Well, I remember seeing things like that on the newsstand when I was a kid. There was always a bunch of joke and cartoon books aimed at adults or adults.
Well, that's what these are. You see, they're basically all pictures of naked women and sexy cartoons by Bill Ward and pictures like that. I found a whole stack of these downtown for about $4 each, and they were on sale 50% off. So I bought like practically every single one of them. So I've got like over 50 of these things now.
Yeah, those are great.
Yeah, they're fun. They're fun to read. And of course, this is from a different time, and these things don't exist anymore. Nothing like this exists anymore.
Yeah.
And I see when they go on eBay, they sell for quite a bit of money sometimes when people put them in lots.
Are some of those from Charlton?
Some of them are, yeah. The majority of them were published by Marvel, actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah, their magazine management group.
Uh-huh.
There's a lot of naked ladies in these. They get dirtier as they go on. The earlier ones are more just, cartoons and things. But as they go on through the 70s and early 80s, they get really dirty. It's more just naked pictures and stuff. And there's a smaller one, 150 new cartoons. This is just all panel gags and jokes and things. It's pretty neat,
Yeah.
It's definitely men's humor from the time when, men were men, right?
Yeah.
When men were like Gratu.
Oh, please. Those are great books. They look like they're in really great shape too.
Oh, they are. That was another thing. Well, these things are just almost like mint condition. And they're all from the 60s and 70s,
Yeah.
Pretty nice, huh?
Oh, yeah.
So I'm really glad to have these. This was a fun one. Laugh Time. This was published by Crestwood, which is the Sick Magazine publisher. So they actually reprint parts of Sick Magazine in here as well. Yeah. I'm not going to show that back cover. I don't want to get you in trouble. So.
Okay.
And this one's really good. Cartoons from the editors of Man's Magazine, which was a man's adventure magazine, but they had cartoons. So this is a collection of the cartoons from the magazine. I love these Bill Ward covers,
Yeah.
They're great. And there's one, Funhouse. But yeah, so I got tons of these.
Yeah. Well,
I think that's good for now.
Yeah. Well, we do. What do you want to do with the next installment of the History of Humor magazines?
Well, we could go back to the beginning. I could start with Ballyhoo again and go through the 50s magazines because you were breaking up so much in that Graphic Man stream that you didn't get to comment on anything.
No. Yeah. So yeah. Well, that would be good to do that. I was kind of embarrassed by all that.
And the other reason I'd like to do it over again is because I was rushing a lot on some of the magazines because I was kind of nervous and I didn't know if I was boring people, so I kind of rushed through some of them and I didn't talk about as much as I wanted to.
Well, yeah, because there was something you were telling me about, like that had an art, like a monster story or something. Was that Fooey or some Fooey magazine?
Well, I haven't shown you Fooey yet. We'll get to that.
There was something you were talking about that had a really good monster story.
You mean the lunatical one with the William M. Gaines
Yeah,
monster?
maybe you showed it, but it was quick, or maybe you just talked about it. I don't recall.
Yeah. No, I definitely was rushing through some of that because I thought I was boring everybody. So
Well, I don't think so. You weren't boring me, but um, I mean, I don't know that everybody has quite the passion for, everyone has different passions, and some people collect romance comics and Western comics and all kinds of odd stuff. But humor magazines are an amazing thing to collect.
well, we got people like Meyer Greenblatt, and
Yeah.
movie world that seem very interested. So
And I'm sure people will stumble on this. Anyone that does a search for Sick Magazine on YouTube will probably find this stream. And I don't think anyone's ever shown the entire run of the magazine on YouTube before.
yeah, there isn't too much about it.
I've seen there's some guy that does or did a while back, like showing off his cracked magazines, but it
That was
wasn't.
you.
That was what?
That was you.
No, there's some guy on YouTube that I've seen years ago that was real excited about cracked and was showing his collection.
Yeah, there's been a few people that have shown cracked. Man, that's going to be a long stream when we do Crack Magazine. Oh
well. Maybe we don't need to show every issue. Maybe just highlights, because Mad and Cracked, maybe just highlights. I don't know that we show an issue, but because they're more common and people, but something like Sick or the more obscure things, I think it's important to document them.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to show every issue of Sick, because I don't know, like, there's how many people have every issue of Sick, right? Not many.
I would imagine it's in the single digits in the world.
Yeah, I know of 2 other people, but that's it. So there might be like 3 people. But I'll tell you that Cracked. Yeah, I think what we should do with Cracked is you showed all the 70s issues. You showed a lot of the 70s issues, and
I guess so.
So why don't I just show the older, the hard to find Cracked magazines from the 50s and 60s and very early 70s?
Yeah, absolutely. That would be cool. Yeah.
Like maybe I'll show the first 100 issues of Cracked.
Yeah, that's perfect, because that's about when I started buying it, around issue 100.
That's right. When you started. Yeah, 100 was your first issue.
Yeah, that would be great. Yeah, that's the time period that I'm interested in, and Cracked was really seemed. What, the noise? What is it?
Somebody outside playing radio really loud. Sorry.
Cracked really was, pushed the monster stuff, because monsters were so big with kids in the 60s. They used the monster angle a lot in the 60s.
Yeah.
So that's something I like.
And the obscure ones, like I said, there's only like a few issues of most of those. So we could do those like over different streams, and we should document those, because people don't talk about most of those at all on YouTube.
Yeah.
Like most people don't even know about them, don't even know they exist.
Yeah.
So I'd like to go through that chronologically with you. I guess National Lampoon, we don't really need to do it because you've pretty much covered it yourself.
Well, there's a lot of National Lampoon that you'd want to show, but you really can't.
Yeah, that's the other problem. Yeah.
But the greatest things they did, maybe just pull some of the great things, the great covers, the great important things they did, like the high school yearbook parody, and there were things they did that were really important. And
we should do a National Lampoon stream. We should, because it's an important magazine, and it's a great magazine.
Yeah, and I think other people might want to chirp in on that one, because I think more people were probably influenced by National Lampoon than maybe Sick. So yeah. Well, yeah, cool. So I just woke up and started fiddling with the computer, so I haven't even showered yet. And you need to sleep. So
I'm so tired now. Yeah.
So I'm gonna
Another
try.
thing, if I could just say, another thing is like I have tons of weird comics too, like just weird oddball. I'd love to show those in different streams too to you sometime.
Well, tomorrow I'm gonna do have kind of a computer deal Friday live party thing like I try to do on Friday nights. Maybe that would be a good time to just pull out oddball stuff.
I don't know if I'll be there though. I might be pretty burned out tomorrow night.
Oh, okay, that's cool. Well, if you're around and you see that I'm live, you could drop in. I'm just going to put the address on the chat.
Yeah.
Anyone that wants to drop in could.
Yeah. We'll have to see when I'm up and everything, you know.
Okay.
But yeah, I got lots of oddball stuff. I mean, we could save that for any time. We could do that after the humor magazines or as a break. I don't know. Might be interesting. I'd like to show you like my favorite comic book.
What is that?
Well, you don't know.
Oh, I'll have to wait to find out, right?
Yeah, it's. I feel I should wait to tell you because I think I'm gonna need to explain it.
Okay. All right.
You know? I also wanted to show you something else. I have an autographed picture here. This was sent to me by Bernadette Carroll.
Oh.
She's a singer from the early 60s.
Right.
She had her biggest hit was a song called Party Girl in 1964.
Right.
Do you remember that?
I know the singer. I'd have to remember the song.
She also sang with the Angels as well. She was a member of the Angels at one point.
Okay. Yeah.
And did backup on, on like Lou Christie songs like the what's that, Rhapsody in the Rain,
Yeah.
and other songs. And she is just a really wonderful singer. I have most of her recordings on my channels. I think my Lime Popsicle channel has most of them. And she wanted to thank me for posting her recording, so she sent me this publicity photo from 1964, and she said, "Tom, thank you so much for your wonderful entry in our guest book." Well, that's when she had a guest book too on her website. "I will always treasure your kind words. Keep the music alive. Love, Bernadette." So I really love this. This is great. Unfortunately, she passed away a couple of years ago. But this is a beautiful picture, so I have that framed. I also have an autographed picture from Linda Jansen. Sent me a picture, who was the lead singer of the Angels before Peggy Santiglia was the lead singer. Do you remember when they had the big hit "Kill" in 1961?
I'm gonna have to. I'm sure I would love it if I hear it. I don't know if I know it offhand.
It's beautiful. Google that on YouTube, "Till" by the Angels, and she has a beautiful voice. She passed away as well, but she sent me an autographed photo, and I treasure that as well. The original lead singer of the Angels.
That's great.
I also have a autographed photo from Julie McCullough, who is a Playboy centerfold in 1986. And she is on the TV show Growing Pains. I think that's all my autographed. I have a Jennifer Love Hewitt one as well, autographed. But anyway, I just thought you'd be interested, so I thought I'd tell you.
Yeah, thanks. Because we need to talk about music too.
Yeah, we could do some music live streams.
Yeah. So anyway, I'll let you know whenever I do one. I might just. It's fun to play around with. I think they give you like 20 free hours a month, from what I understand from Graphic Man, and I think I've used 1/4 of it today, but that's okay because I did those test streams too. But maybe it's real cheap to move up. I think what it is, they give you a taste of it. They want you to get addicted, and then they you want to move up and pay.
Yeah.
And then,
So I hope this was okay. I hope I didn't, I didn't.
No, this was great. So yeah, I want to chronicle all the history of humor magazines, get it all recorded for posterity.
That's beautiful. Well, I'm the guy to do it for you. So.
Okay. Well,
5 hour stream. It was almost 5 hours. Draw to.
Well, that's cool. I never knew that you could do this. Now I see StreamYard is kind of a wonderful thing. I actually put 5 hours up like this. That's the longest show I've ever done. Anyway, let's see what the response is. But yeah, whether people like it or not, I want to keep doing the humor stuff because I like it, and somebody else has got to be like me somewhere that will like it.
Yeah, well, you saw people in the chat. Some people said it was great. They loved it,
So yeah, that's all that matters. There's if there's a dozen people in the world that care, then that's great if we reach them. And I'm sure there'll be somebody who gives it a thumbs down because they won't get 5 hours into it to say that. Unless they're insane. Watch 5 hours of something I don't like. Anyway, so yeah, I guess I'll see you whenever, and let me know if there's a time that's good for you. And I think
never a specific time with me. Never specific. I just have to come, and if I'm there, I'm there, and I never know when I'll be there.
Okay, and Graphic Man was wanting to do something also with you. I'm sure he's contacted you or something.
Did he? Oh, you mean I think he wanted to do a humor magazine. Yeah, he did. He wanted to do he wanted to show his crazy magazines, and he wanted me to show some crack magazines.
Crazy and cracked. Okay, cool. Yeah, because those early crazy. When you say it got better later on too, but those first few, that Charles Atlas parody always made me laugh, and then the Casper parody.
Oh man,
I didn't know how to feel as a fourth grader looking at that. It was like wrong somehow.
Oh yeah, when I was a kid, that disturbed me.
Yeah, it's very disturbing. It's like something right out of National Lampoon. It's just like it's not right to be seeing this in that cute Harvey art style. It's just things like that.
It's horrific. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
it's traumatizing.
Later on, when Larry Hama was the editor, and the later issues, they did a Richie Rich parody like that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and they had him as a horrible capitalist, just killing whales and using people as slaves and everything, and it was just the same in the art, the Harvey style and with a cutesy style and everything.
You think you find out the issue number of that?
I think it's 69.
Okay, I'll look that up.
Yeah, it's the one with the Shining cover.
Oh, the Shining cover. Okay.
The clown or the Howling. No, it's the Shining or the Howling. I think it's the Shining.
Okay.
Yeah, Shining. 69, I think.
All right. Well, I guess I'll let you hit the sack, and I'm gonna take a shower, and I'll see how the stream looks.
Okay, I think I need to eat again to stay alive, and then I'm gonna go to bed after that.
All right. So anyone that's gotten this far in the show, I'll be back on tomorrow night. So everyone take care. See you, Tom.
Okay, see you, Gratu. Thanks for having me.
No problem.